All right, I like to, the time is 6:10. I'd like to call this special meeting to order of January 27th, 2022. Amy, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Mr. Fuller,
Here.
Mr. DeLomo, Mr. Manel, Mr. Van Wagner, Mr. Van Wagner,
He's muted.
There. Sorry, I'm trying.
that's okay.
Pause.
Mr. Ashkenazi, Mrs. Beal,
Here.
Mr. Mamie,
Here.
Mrs. Tallarico, Mr. DeGennaro,
Here.
Mr. Puglielli,
Here.
Chairman Worrell.
Here. All right, I'd like you all to do the flag salute, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, call to order. We have the notice of the requirements of the open public meeting law of this meeting has been satisfied. A copy of the notice has been sent to the Asbury Park Press, the Coaster, and filed in the office of Township of Ocean. Please note that all meetings will be videotaped and audio taped and shown on the Township Cable Channel 22 and Verizon Bios Channel 77. We have tonight before us a special hearing for Seaview Corporate Park, Block 149.01, Lot 1.01, 2603 Route 66 Ocean, a 0/20 zone. This is an application to construct and operate and facilitate providing an assisted living, long-term care, skilled care, rehabilitation, and memory care. The construction will require several variances, including lot depth, building height, the number of units, parking spaces, amongst others. Tonight, our attorney is Jeffrey A. Donner. Mr. Donner, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that excellent introduction. As I said earlier, I'm not going to give any opening comments. I'm going to reserve all of my comments to the end of the case. I will make one note. We're seeking a use variance. We may not need the bulk variances that we cited, but out of an abundance of precaution, we have set them forth in our application. I would like to call our first witness, David Besh. Mr. Besh had testified, I believe, at the October meeting, but by agreement, we're going to reproduce his testimony tonight so that everybody has a fresh start and will know what he has said.
Okay, real quick.
Before you start,
Yeah.
before you start, I
Amy,
have
if you
reviewed.
anything to put into evidence.
Yeah,
tonight.
but before that, I want the board to know that I have reviewed, we requested Mr. Donner to reserve the public within the 200 feet radius and to publish again for tonight's hearing. He has done so. I have reviewed the mailings and the notices, and I find them all to be in order, and jurisdiction is appropriate before the board for tonight's meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Steinberg. So Amy, I would like, is there anything to put into evidence tonight that we have given out to the board members?
The updated packet.
All right, could you please mark that into evidence?
Yes.
Mr. Donner, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Amy,
like to-
mark that as B2 board packet.
Yes.
Okay, because we have a B1 from the last meeting. Okay.
With all that in mind, I'd like to call to the stand Mr. David Besh.
I'm here. Ron or Amy, would it be possible to share screen?
Yes.
Okay, we first want to swear you in, though.
Mr. Besh, you took the oath of office last time you were on, right?
I did take an oath at the last
So
hearing.
you're
yes.
still sworn in.
Understood.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Besh has also testified most recently in October in his area of expertise, and I assume that the board will accept his expertise without any further voir dire on that point. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we accept his credentials, no problem.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Right.
you.
Mr. Besh, I'd like you, and you can make reference to whatever portions of our site plan or our aerial photo or rendering that you would like, but I'd like you to give us an overview of our project.
Okay, just a question. Are you able to see my screen as I show it?
No.
No?
Not yet.
There he comes.
Okay. What I have before you, I think may have been previously marked as A1. This is an aerial photograph of the property with the proposed site plan overlaid over top of it. Just to orient the board members and the interested public to the property. Route 66 is the diagonal highway across the bottom of the page, and Cedar Village Boulevard is the serpentine road that meanders through the center of the site. So the property is about a 13.5 acre site located in the northwest corner of the intersection of Cedar Village Boulevard and Route 66. The site is currently predominantly wooded and vacant, and the surrounding uses in neighborhood. Of course, we have the Cedar Village development located to the north and east, Nobility Crest located to the north and west. There's a self-storage facility located to the south and west, and vacant property located across 66 to the south in Neptune Township. As I mentioned before, the site is approximately 13.5 acres in size, and it has some unique qualities that needed special consideration for the design of the site. Those qualities are, there is a water feature located along the south edge of the property adjacent to Route 66 with its associated freshwater wetlands. We have significant retaining walls located along the north and east of the property. And again, the development around us of the various developments. One of the other concerns, the uniqueness of the property, is the grade change. With the existing elevation of approximately 59 located at the intersection of Cedar Village Boulevard and Route 66, and the top of the hill located a little bit north of center of the site is elevation 139. So we have approximately an 80-foot grade change from Route 66 to the top of the site, which poses some concerns with regard to how do you provide access to the property. Before I go there, the proposal, as Mr. Donner had indicated, is for a 4-story hybrid use of assisted living, memory care, nursing facility. The footprint of the building is roughly 41,000 square feet, and we're proposing 153 parking spaces around the perimeter of the proposed building. 8 of those spaces are barrier-free parking spaces. So the proposal is to, as you enter Cedar Village Boulevard, there are a couple of medians that divide Cedar Village Boulevard. After we pass the second median, we're proposing to take access by left-hand turn into the property, traverse up this hill to the development area up at the top of the hill. When we developed some various alternatives for the development of the property, at the recommendation of our attorney and our client, we had some meetings with the homeowners association representatives of the Cedar Village Boulevard Homeowners Association, where they could express their concerns with regard to the site development. And a number of items came to the forefront, one of which was access and traffic, which Mr. Ray will address in detail when he presents his testimony. Next was stormwater management and drainage. And then another was screening and lighting and the visibility of the site from the surrounding neighborhood. Taking their concerns into consideration, we have come up with the plan that's before you, which calls for the reduction in the height of the hill. As I mentioned, the top is approximately elevation 139. We're proposing to lower the peak elevation from 139 to the finished floor elevation of the proposed building at elevation 110. So a 29-foot reduction at its maximum, roughly in the peak at the center of the building. That allows us to provide a level development area in an area that had mostly been disturbed by prior development activities, while also providing a lower platform that allowed for a more gentle grade of the driveway up from Cedar Village Boulevard to the development platform. The grade of that driveway is equal to the slope of a barrier-free ramp, 8.3%. We had proposed the driveway at 30 feet wide across the approach up the hill to the intersection where the parking areas circumnavigate the building. And then the entire parking area and driveway does circumnavigate the building in order to provide emergency vehicle access to all sides of the building. We were provided a fire truck turning movement template from the fire officials, and were able to determine, and I'm moving to what I believe may have been marked as A7, which was the exhibit showing the fire truck turning movement coming in off of Route 66, right-hand turn onto Cedar Village Boulevard, right turn into the site, traversing up the driveway, and then around the building with no conflict with any of the parking spaces or the curbing that's proposed. With regard to access and our discussion with the homeowners association, the concern was expressed about the traffic attempting to enter the assisted living facility, possibly obstructing homeowners from entering the Cedar Village development complex. To address that concern, we propose to modify the median island immediately north of Hillside Avenue to allow for a dedicated left turn queue lane, allowing for vehicles looking to enter Cedar Village an easy bypass to the right up to the gatehouse. As part of the discussion with the homeowners association, we were able to clarify and come to consensus on the access easement from which this development gains access to the site. The property had originally been created back in 2001, and I'm switching to the filed map, which I believe may have been marked as A8, which is the filed map for the Cedar Village at Ocean Phase 1 development. And to reorient you, this says where north is actually pointed to the right, Route 66 is over on the left-hand side, and Cedar Village Boulevard meanders across the bottom of the page. The hatched area on the left side of the screen is the area of the proposed access easement. And then Mr. Donner and the homeowners association were able to, shall we say, firm up the agreement and the understanding of activities that would be permitted within the access easement area for this development parcel. Now going back to the A2, which is the site plan rendering without the benefit of the aerial photograph, to give a little bit closer look at the site. Once we get up to the development platform, again, we have a circumnavigating driveway and parking. We have a drop-off zone located underneath the canopy on the south side of the building. We have a building core with 4 wings, one headed in each of the compass directions, northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest. The service area to the building is located on the north side with a loading area immediately adjacent to the building and a solid waste and recycling facility located on the outside edge of the circular driveway or circumnavigating driveway. Supplementing the reason this area was chosen for as the development platform is we took a look at the existing site conditions of the property. This is Exhibit A6, a color-coded exhibit of those areas that had previously been disturbed as a result of construction activities during the development of the Cedar Village development. Those are the orangish areas were previously disturbed. The yellow areas are the additional areas that we are proposing to disturb as a result of the necessary grading and utility crossings and access driveway. So where approximately 3.9 acres of the site had been previously disturbed, we are looking to add an additional 2 acres to that for a total area of disturbance of approximately 5.9 acres of a 13.5 acre site. 7.6 acres are to remain undisturbed. So again, we wanted to utilize to the best degree possible the previously disturbed areas of the site so as not to push our development into other areas of the site that better serve us for purposes of screening and buffering, as well as those areas that we're precluded from developing, such as the wetland areas and the transition areas along the south side of the property. To address the concerns regarding, in conjunction with the concerns for access, the applicant has agreed to enter into an agreement with the homeowners association to upgrade the entrance to Cedar Village Boulevard. I had mentioned the modification of the median island immediately to the south, or I'm sorry, immediately to the north of Hillside Avenue. And then there's a guardhouse located just north of that. And the applicant is agreeing with the homeowners association to refurbish that guardhouse, adjust the traffic control measures controlling the inbound traffic into Cedar Village Boulevard, providing 2 parking spaces adjacent to the guardhouse so that it can be manned, which I understand is not usually the case at this point in time. And we're also putting utilities into that location. So again, it can be manned at the discretion of the homeowners association. With regard to their concern about drainage, the applicant is, or we are proposing for the applicant, a significant stormwater management system. The concern from the board was that, or not the board, the homeowners association, was that the stormwater system associated with Cedar Village is at their capacity. So they were very concerned that we do not provide any additional stormwater runoff into that system as a result of this development. So what we are proposing is a very complicated underground stormwater management and retention system. I had mentioned the 4 wings of the building. In between the northeast and the southeast wing, we're proposing an underground stormwater management system to collect the roof drain from those 2 wings and store underground for a slower release into the drainage system that goes around the site. There is a similar system between the northwest and the southwest wings of the site. Both those systems and the drainage system around the parking area flow into an even larger underground system located underneath the southern parking lot. This underground system is a network of concrete chambers. And these are not just any concrete chambers. These concrete chambers are 8 feet wide by 20 feet long by 10 feet high. That system is capable of holding over 75,000 cubic feet of stormwater. Add to that the over 7,000 cubic feet in each of the roof drain management systems. So we have approximately 95,000 cubic feet of water capable of being stored up in the area of the proposed building. That system then provides a slow release into the drainage system that goes down the driveway to Cedar Village Boulevard. But again, the concern from the homeowners association was they did not want us to overtax their system. So there is a fourth system located at the bottom of the hill on the subject property, just to the left of the entrance driveway. Another underground system that holds the water and slowly discharges to a proposed catch basin located along the west side of Cedar Village Boulevard, which is downstream of the last stormwater basin for Cedar Village Boulevard, which is located in the northeast corner of Cedar Village Boulevard and Hillside Avenue. That catch basin is then tied down into an existing catch basin located in Cedar Village Boulevard, just north of Route 66, where it is connected and then proceeds in an easterly direction, where eventually crossing under Route 18 and through Seaview Square Mall is its direction of flow. So the stormwater management system, while I'm going to go to the stormwater proposed drainage area maps. I think I was going to go to the stormwater drainage area maps. Okay, this is sheet 9 of 15, which is the existing drainage area map, which shows the property divided into 5 quadrants. Quadrant 1 being the northwest, 2 being north, 3 being east, 4 being southeast, and 5 being south. So it was the flow from areas 1, 2, 3, and 4, which would have provided the existing, which provides the existing runoff to Cedar Village Boulevard, with 5 going to the water feature located on the south side of the property. That is the existing condition. So in the proposed condition, where is sheet 10? Don't tell me sheet 10 is not here. Okay, I'll go back to. Okay. In the proposed condition, only a much smaller portion of area 1, 2, and 3 actually continue as they currently do today, with existing vegetative cover, no impervious surfaces. So they will still flow, because I mean, let's be real, it's a very steep slope. We can't stop the water from going that way unless we completely denude the property and cut the grade down. So those very small areas relatively will continue on to flow where they currently do today, with the balance of the site going to the system in Route 66. One of the last exhibits I wanted to go through with you was this cross section, which we provided to show the relative height of the proposed development to Route 66, as well as to the existing grade, as well as to a point of reference regarding the closest building from Nobility Crest, Building E. So as you can see, with Route 66 to the left, we'd come up Cedar Village Boulevard. Approximately 1/3 of the way from the left, you can see the approximate elevation of the access driveway up to the development platform at elevation 110 for the finished floor elevation. The building height, again, it's a 4-story building with some architectural features that the architect, Mr. Lerman, will go through, showing the central core of the building and the various wings in dashed outline. And you can see the existing grade of the hilltop as a dashed line just below the words proposed building core. So we're taking it out at the highest point, approximately 29 feet, which allows us to lower the finished floor elevation so that it is much shorter relative to the buildings immediately to the west. For example, building E having a finished floor elevation of 131.48 versus our finished floor elevation of 110. So again, their first floor is 21 feet higher than ours will be. The applicant is proposing a significant amount of landscaping to ameliorate or address, mitigate the proposed disturbance that does happen to enter into currently vegetated areas. A total of 180 screen trees, evergreen trees ranging in height from 6 to 8 feet, and 67 deciduous shade trees with a caliper of 3.5 inches to be located in areas around the proposed development, mostly in the northern area. Number one, where the existing grade of Cedar Village Boulevard is closer to the grade of the proposed building footprint. And also that is the area of the thinnest existing vegetation, as we're trying to preserve a good amount of the existing vegetation on all the other sides of the proposed development. Lighting, as required under the land use ordinance, is proposed at safe illumination levels around the parking lot as well as the driveway. But the fixtures proposed are LED fixtures, shoebox fixture with backside shields to minimize any backwards illumination from those fixtures, which line the outside of the proposed parking area. Coverage-wise, although this specific use is not identified within the land use ordinance, we used the criteria, or we used as a benchmark the criteria for the senior citizen apartment overlay option within the O1/20 planned adult community zone. That was the criteria that we felt best matched what we were proposing at this location. And the coverage requirements for this particular option is a maximum coverage of 35% of the buildable lot area. Now, the buildable lot area, first you take the overall area of the site, 13.5 acres, take out 25% for required landscaping, and you take out the any environmentally constrained features such as wetlands, floodplains, and required buffers. And then apply the maximum permitted coverage of 35% to that remaining number. After we did those calculations and applied it to this specific option, where 35% would have been permitted, we are only proposing 12.7%. So we're significantly under the intensity of development that would be permitted otherwise in this particular zone. As a quick summary, Mr. Donner, is there any other topic that you feel I should be covering?
Yes, I'd like you to tell us how construction traffic is going to access and leave the property during construction.
Okay, our proposal is that all construction traffic, except for that which is associated with the reconstruction of the median and the gatehouse area, all other construction vehicles would access the site from Freehold Road to the west.
Okay. Now, I also noticed that as you went through some of the exhibits, you didn't point it out, but I believe there's Exhibit A3, and I just established that those are stormwater calculations in regard to the system that you described, correct?
Correct. Prepared by the engineer Matt Dubois of my office, Now, I'm sure Mr. Matlack, the board's engineer, will have concerns and questions and comments, but because the site is considered major development, and we'll have no option but to comply completely with the stormwater management rules and regulations as they exist. If there's any, shall we say, disagreement with methodologies, we will have to comply with the methodologies to satisfy the ordinance requirements as well as the state requirements. But as I hope you can see from the applicant's willingness to provide such a extensive underground stormwater storage and management system, that it should not be a problem complying with those methodologies and criteria.
I also want you to address, because you talked about it, but I want to make sure that the board understands. We talked about, I believe, a grant from Cedar Village Homeowners Association, INC, to the applicant regarding formal access to the property. To your knowledge, and I'll ask you to confirm, I believe you drafted a good portion of the identification of the easements that deal with access, as that I'm referring to, did you not?
Correct. I mean, basically, it was the area that was originally prescribed by the filed map, the shaded area shown at Cedar Village Boulevard near Route 66. It was just a I'm sorry, my vocabulary skills are not up to snuff today. A reaffirmation of the access easement with the inclusion of additional rights and responsibilities for the development of the access for this property at that location.
Okay, and now in addition to the access easement, which sets forth these rights and what can be done with it, et cetera, are there any other easements that were granted by Cedar Village to us, such as a drainage easement?
I believe also within that same access easement area, there is also a small drainage easement component for that downhill catch basin and the pipe necessary to go from that catch basin to the existing catch basin located down by Route 66.
Okay, and these are these permanent easements that go with the land?
That's my understanding. Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, also in regard to the work that you talked about that we've agreed to do on Cedar Village Boulevard at the behest of the Homeowners Association, do we have any kind of a general easement to perform that work?
Yes, we do.
And that's a temporary easement during the time that the work is being performed until it's accepted formally by the authorities and taken over by Cedar Village. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay. I believe that we have fully covered, a good summary, a solid summary of the site. So I have no further questions, and I would turn your testimony over to the board if they have any questions, and then to the public.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Donner. First, I would like our professionals, Mr. Higgins, Mr. Matlock, to ask any questions of this witness.
Sure. Jim, you want me to go first?
Yeah, you can go first, Ben.
Okay. I assume we're going to hear a discussion about parking and traffic from the traffic engineer, correct?
It would be two parties will be a operator and Mr. Ray for traffic.
Okay. The ordinance says that sidewalk is required on both sides of the street. And there's no sidewalk proposed on Cedar Village Boulevard. Are you requesting a waiver for that, or is it possible to put that in?
We would be requesting a waiver on that. Cedar Village Boulevard does have a sidewalk along the east side, but due to the extended length and slope of the driveway, I don't envision anyone trying to walk up that driveway.
Well, the driveway is one thing, but along Cedar Village Boulevard, there is sidewalk on the other side, as you said, and there is sidewalk connecting to connect to at the north part where the homes are. But the application is for not installing that sidewalk.
Correct.
Okay.
We're not proposing to install sidewalk along, actually, I rotated it around, I apologize. We're requesting a waiver for installing sidewalk along the western side of Cedar Village Boulevard.
And reason being the pretty significant slope between the road and your site.
Yeah, it would result in a significant disturbance of stabilized areas. And again, because there is already a sidewalk along the east side, that disturbance is really, we don't think it's warranted for the use that it'll get.
Okay. And the trash enclosure that you discussed, there's only one on site. It looks like it's pretty big. Is that sufficient for the site, or is it more desirable to have multiple locations for the trash enclosure?
Well, we located it in the northern area of the site, and I believe I made it, actually, I can probably get you the exact, well, large enough for, there's 4 8-yard containers. 3 could be dedicated to general waste, and with 1 for single stream recyclables. I don't see a need for any more than that, because the collection timing can be adjusted if we determine that we need more frequent collection.
The sanitary sewer service for the site, can you talk about that? Where is that coming from?
Okay, sanitary sewer is currently located down on Freehold Road. With the Nobility Crest development, a sanitary sewer was advanced through their site up to Freehold Road. We're proposing to install a private pump station located at the end of the southwest wing of the facility, and we're looking to pump our wastewater up to that sanitary sewer system located in Freehold Road.
It's okay, so the plan says that the sewer, I guess the receiving sewer service or sewer main was to be constructed by others. So you're saying that was constructed as part of that development or site plan over there?
We know it is part of their site plan packet, approved site plan. I can't verify whether it has been constructed as of this date.
Okay. And then the disturbance on Freehold Road, how is that going to be addressed? Are you going to just do trench restoration, or is it more significant, like a mill and overlay of the road when you're done?
Based upon our estimates of the vehicles utilizing that and for the time period, we anticipate that it's going to be a complete reconstruction of Freehold Road.
Okay. And Cedar Village Boulevard, that is going to be much less utilized during construction. So there really won't necessarily be as much restoration there, correct?
That's correct. There'll obviously be the restoration associated with the improvements I discussed, the change in the island, the access driveway itself, and the downstream connection stormwater, as well as the utility connections from the gatehouse to the available water and sanitary sewer connection points for the proposed upgrades to that gatehouse.
Mr. Chairman, the rest of my the majority of my letter is a lot of technical comments that I think can be addressed in resolution compliance. Those were the items that I wanted to hear some testimony on. So I don't have any other questions for Mr. Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Matlock. Mr. Higgins.
Mr. Chairman, it's Rick Van Wagner. Could I, and if you want me to wait, I will, but I had a question that was more for our expert on this. Do you want me to wait till Mr. Higgins is done? It just seems like it might be timely now, if it's all right.
No, I'll permit board members to chime in so to save some time. So go ahead, Mr. Van Wagner.
Well, thank you, Mr. Royal. So Mr. Matlock, you started off inquiring about the waiver for sidewalks, and I think it's the western sort of mixture, maybe a bit northwestern corner. And I'm sure, for the record, we want to understand, the potential use there and whether it's necessary. Did you have any concern about the lack of a sidewalk there, or did you just want that sort of testimony from them in terms of the use?
I wanted the testimony mostly. I don't think there's really a pressing need for sidewalk there, but that is the board's consideration, whether or not you.
No, I understand, and I kind of agree with you. I don't think it's an egregious waiver request, but at the same point in time, it's hard for me to get a good scale here. That's why I want to ask.
Yeah, being that there is sidewalk on the other side of the road already, and that there really isn't. There's no sidewalk on Route 66 to connect to, so that is what you have to consider when you're when they ask for that waiver. That's what we're looking at.
Understood. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Well. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Englander. Any other board members, while we're on this topic, have anything to ask Mr. Matlock or talk to this professional?
This is Mr. DeGenero. I had a question for either Mr. Matlock or Mr. Bosch. You've talked about sanitary, you've talked about storm. Where's the water service coming into the site? And is there any other utility upgrades that would be required as part of this project?
Okay, let me get the utility plan back up. The proposed water service is going to be a looped system. There is an easement area that was, again, part of the original filed map and further agreements between the developer of Cedar Village Boulevard and the owner of the subject property, that there was a utility easement granted at the northern part of the site for the purpose of water. And at that time, it was considered sanitary sewer connection. Sanitary sewer doesn't work up there. So that's why we're taking the sanitary sewer out to Freehold Road. The water service, we are proposing a connection to come in from the north end of the site, from Cedar Village Boulevard, into the property to a proposed fire hydrant located near our southwest corner of the building. So that is the proposed water service to the subject property.
And the main is sized for that?
I believe it's a 12-inch main. It is a 12-inch main. And as part of our, if we're able to secure a approval from the board for the use and for the site, we would then need to apply to the New Jersey American Water Company, part of which would include fire flow testing at the closest hydrants, as well as calculation of the demand of the fire suppression system to determine whether or not a fire pump may be needed in the building. But that only would be determined at some point in time in the future as we proceed toward construction documentation.
Is that it, Mr. DeGenero?
Concerning utilities, yes.
Okay, thank you. I have one question for both our professionals, Mr. Matlock and Mr. Blash. For the life of me, I can't figure out why we're exposing the residential people on Freehold Road. The torture of construction, concrete trucks, cement trucks, steel trucks, every day in, every day out, when you have your own easements. And you're gonna prepare your own easement. Why is that? You need someone to explain that to me.
Two things. Number one, it was part of the negotiations with the Homeowners Association of Cedar Village Boulevard for the access and the right of disturbance and drainage easement to Cedar Village Boulevard. Second, it's also probably the better, shall we say, logistically, rather than having these construction vehicles traversing up and down that sloped driveway for every piece of material that's required for the construction of the site.
Well, I don't know how the people on Freehold Road, the residential people, are gonna feel. I mean, come on, you've got, when you get your facility open, you're gonna have food delivery trucks and linen trucks and ambulances and drop-offs going in daily, in and out. What's the
Oh,
difference?
Okay, the
Then and
difference
now.
being that once construction is completed, we will be restoring Freehold Road and then blocking off access to Freehold Road. At that point, all traffic, including service traffic, will come in off of Cedar Village Boulevard. So the use of Freehold Road is only a temporary condition during the course of construction.
But what are you gonna do to put Freehold Road back or better after all this construction?
Again, we will be I hate to phrase it this way, at the mercy of the township engineer, but what they require us to provide for reconstruction and redevelopment of Freehold Road is what we will have to do, because we know that that degree of traffic will have an impact on Freehold Road, and we understand that we break it, we bought it, and we have to repair it.
So that means a full excavation and a full reconstruction with, a new base and asphalt base and surface course, correct?
That's correct, because we understand that only a portion of Freehold Road is paved to start with. It's the western third, I believe. So we would then be developing the roadway cross-section in accordance with the municipal standard for public roadways for Freehold Road restoration.
Excuse me, can I say something, please?
We're not open to the public right now.
Okay,
Just for
okay.
board members only.
I'll wait. Thank you.
Mr. Worrell, it's following up on your question, if I may, and Mr. DeGenero, sort of a combination, because you asked what I was interested in terms of the construction disturbance and that traffic. So what would not be coming off Freehold Road, though, obviously, because you can't, would be the water connection coming in from the north end of the site, because that's closest main is up there. Can you give a little more descriptive on what the world's going to be like for the residents of Cedar Village when you need to bring that main, the line down into the property from the main, and what's anticipated there, what to expect?
I'm not sure I understand. We're talking installing an 8-inch diameter water main. So it would essentially just be the route, the area of disturbance would be the route of the water main. And let me go to, it was A5, no, A6. That area has a history of disturbance. You can see this red spur was the route that the vehicles entering the peak of the site for earthwork will be utilizing the majority of that route as the route for our water main. And then along our northwestern property line out to Cedar Village Boulevard. So the amount of disturbance,
And I don't,
Well-
I'm gonna make it easier. I didn't mean to, so I really was trying to get at, not to cut you off, Mike, but the amount of disturbance, not in the terms that you necessarily use it, but actual disturbance for the residents in Cedar Village and off Cedar Village Boulevard there, as you're bringing that line in. And it sounds like you're saying to me, it's gonna be substantially in areas that are already were disturbed and it's not going to be a significant disturbance because of the nature of that kind of construction. That's all I'm asking.
I would agree with that. And also you can tell from the landscape plan and the rendering, this is also an area where we're putting a substantial amount of replacement vegetation to address the disturbance that we're proposing.
Okay, I just trying to get an idea of that because based upon the last two questions, it conjured for me. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Royal.
Okay, Mr. Higgins, you're up next.
Okay, yeah, carrying on with the issue of Freehold Street and disturbance. And I have a couple quick questions there. Hopefully they're quick answers. Dave, you're looking for a variance for soil removal for change of grade by more than 2 feet. And
Correct.
obviously the grade is being changed considerably more than 2 feet. And the primary reason for that in the ordinance is to try and limit impact on local public streets and, to try and limit the amount of soil that's being taken off of a site or moved onto a site. Do you have any idea how many truckloads of soil will be taken off the site, first of all? And second, it's really a two-part question. Is this primarily sand or is it regular soil, regular dirt, or a mixture of the two? I'm just trying to figure out what's going to be going on there in terms of the volume and the nature of the removal.
Okay, we don't have shall we say, a truck count per se. We did do some very rough estimates on the duration of time that would be necessary to bring the site to the proposed grade. And that's a difficult number to nail down, because a lot of it is based upon the excavation companies that are retained to do the work, the amount of equipment that they're able to dedicate to the soil removal, and the daily hours of operation. So we estimated the range for the soil removal to run anywhere between 3 to 6 months just to bring the site to grade.
Yeah, I think an estimate of time is reasonable. I think you need a range. I don't think saying it's going to be 3 months or it's going to be 5 months. I think you do need a range. I agree with that.
Dave, may I ask how many yards of dirt you'll be moving? At least we could have,
Let me see if I can
some
track down
idea
that.
of, I understand the time frame, but if you had 1,000 trucks, it could be done in, a much shorter period of time. We're just looking for the volume that's leaving the site.
I believe we were looking at a range of approximately, I believe it was 150,000 cubic yards.
Okay. That helps.
Okay, and then along the same lines, the state is doing some substantial improvements at the Bound Road, Asbury Avenue, Route 66 intersection. And has the design of that state plan been taken into account for utilizing Freehold as the main access for construction?
We are aware.
Yeah.
We understand the plan is for a traffic circle or a rotary at that interchange.
Mhm.
And that was one of the concerns that we had with regard to designing our own access. That did we want every vehicle coming to and exiting from this site having to go around a traffic circle to return to their point of origin? Or would it be better to utilize a signalized intersection, which it currently is there at Cedar Village Boulevard and Route 66, so that it would be a fairly easy access rather than having every vehicle have to go around the traffic circle.
Mhm.
But that being said, hearing or actually not hearing, but experiencing the timeframes in which the DOT is moving. In the event we are able to secure approval, we expect to be complete in our major component before significant work is done on the traffic circle.
Okay, as I understand it, nobody really knows exactly what the state's doing there except the state. I could be wrong, but everybody I've talked to that should know that doesn't know. So I wanted to know if that was considered. And then I had the other question I have, there's a lot of discussion about reconstructing Freehold Street after all of this construction is done. What are the plans for keeping that street in decent condition for the residents on that street during construction?
There is no specific plan other than identifying where problems develop and rectifying them immediately as they develop, so as not to get out of hand, and maintaining safe access for the residents along Freehold Road.
Yeah, and okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, Dave.
No, it's
I
Mark.
think it
Would that be bonded for that offsite improvement in some manner for Freehold Road in the event that there's a
Yeah, my
problem?
recommendation would be that a condition of approval be that there be if should the board decide to approve this application, that there be a specific plan for maintaining Freehold Road during construction, and that there be some sort of a bond to assure that that's going to happen.
My thoughts exactly. That's what I agree with you.
Yeah,
I got it.
There will be a bond because that's an improvement in the public right of way. So that automatically becomes a bonded improvement. But I agree with you that there, some sort of language or something indicating.
Right.
I don't know exactly what the plan would be, but something to make sure that Trail Road is kind of kept up with during construction.
Yeah, we want something that in the event that they start construction and something occurs and they don't continue or it lasts a long time and Freehold Road is not in a reasonable state for this period of time and they're not operating and they're not constructing, that we need to get it fixed, that we'll have the money for it. We can condition that if the board approves this. Okay, I got that condition. Thank you.
okay. A couple
Mark,
other
can I-
things. Go.
No, it was just a follow-up, Mark, to what you just said. So what's what's a fair stipulation as far as the
Well,
time?
No, I wasn't really referring to the time. What I thought, Chawanda, was basically that we would provide language and it would be bonded that during construction, if they do any damage and it becomes difficult to traverse Freehold Road or use it for the residents, that either they come in and fix it or the bond would be activated and then the township would have estimates and they would seek the repair at the cost of the applicant during that time. I mean, they could screw up the road and decide not to go forward with the project or pandemic could occur. These things do happen. And we would make sure that we would have sufficient ability to get Freehold Road fixed when we want to do it. Not just at the end, but during
Got it.
construction,
Okay.
if they stop and we'll figure that out. But, I mentioned it, Jim mentioned it, our engineer mentioned it, and you mentioned it. And I think it's important that we protect the township and the residents on Freehold Road during and after construction, which we will seek to do.
Well said, Mark. Well said.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Higgins.
Couple other things. The ordinance limits the height of a combined fence and wall to 6 feet. And clearly the combined wall and fence heights are going to be more than 6 feet. Do you have any idea what those heights are going to be? Because I couldn't figure it out from the plan. And since the board has to look at what granting a variance for that, I think we need some sort of an idea of what it's going to be.
Okay, I believe and I'm referring to A4, the grading plan. I believe the point of the highest wall location is going to be approximately 300 feet up from the intersection with Cedar Village Boulevard. And I'm showing a proposed road grade of 80 and an existing grade of 80, 85 on the middle. So if we have a 5-foot high wall height and a 4-foot high fence on top of that, we're looking at 9 feet. But to give ourselves a little bit of breathing room, rather than a 5-foot wall height, as you can see from anyone who has experienced Cedar Village Boulevard, there may be wall heights up to around 10 feet in height. So just for a level of safety, a 10-foot wall height with a 4-foot fence for a 14-foot combined height.
Okay, that's, you know, it is what it is. But I just wanted something on the record as far as, you know, what the figures were going to be so the board can look at that. I had some comments in my report about sodding. It just, the plans don't indicate which areas are going to be sodded and which areas are going to be seeded. And the ordinance requires a waiver if you're not going to sod all of the grassed areas.
We would propose to sod the area inside the circumnavigating traffic aisle and seed the areas outside the circumnavigating aisle.
Okay. And as far as tree location and preservation, there really is no tree location and preservation plan submitted. With that, if this is approved, would that be something that would be submitted as a condition of approval?
What we would ask is that we be permitted to do a tree sampling. As you can see, it's a very irregular shape of tree removal that is being proposed. If we were to provide a sample area of a 1/4 acre, shall we say, at the end of Freehold Road, which is probably one of the more densely forested locations, and then apply that 1/4 acre sampling to the 2-acre balance, would that be acceptable?
Yeah, as long as it's an area that is heavily wooded, obviously. That's something we can work on. I just wanted to know if that would be agreeable to the applicant, and the board obviously would have to agree to do it that way as a condition of approval.
And then we could also look at the proposed landscaping to possibly adjust the plant selection so that we are using equivalent replacement material rather than undersized material.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was looking at, you're proposing 3.5-inch deciduous trees, and if you bump that up to 4 inches, then you get a 1-for-1 as opposed to a 2-for-1. That's in terms of replacement. So, you know, that's something to be considered. And then the other things I had, the narrative talks about parking in the basement under the structure. I think we went through this in October, but I think we just need to clarify that there isn't going to be parking under the structure.
Correct. At the beginning of the project years ago, we were considering the use of a parking structure underneath, but that is no longer the case. That's not what we're proposing at this time.
Yeah.
Mr. Higgins, I think we've also submitted a revised narrative in the last few weeks, which takes away that inaccuracy.
Okay. And the only other, it's a comment, really not a question. I agree with Mr. Matlack and with board members that the need for a sidewalk on the western side of Cedar Village Boulevard really doesn't exist. And in fact, Mr. Matlack and Mr. Van Wagner, Mr. Matlack just having joined the township, being the engineer for about a year, and Mr. Van Wagner being on the Board of Adjustment, not being involved in the planning board application for Cedar Village. That waiver was actually granted for Cedar Village by the planning board. And since that area is actually on Cedar Village property, it's whether it's appropriate to grant a waiver or not, but I see no reason to do it because this isn't changing any of the impact or any need for a sidewalk on that side of the road. I'm done.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman, of
Go ahead.
of
Yes.
James of Jim. And originally, we talked about there are 4 stories to this building and a height variance, but this is not a permitted use. Are we using
Yeah.
any other zone for purposes of determining the bulk parameters?
I didn't look at that at all, no, as far as the height goes. I didn't look at any other zone to see whether, this would be appropriate or not, but looking at the fact that they're lowering the height of the land and the building, as I understand, it's going to be a little bit less than 50 feet in height. So I don't have a problem with it being a 4-story building.
Okay, but we don't
Mr.
have any
Higgins.
And
parameters.
this was also something that was requested of the applicant way back when they first started. The then board engineer, Bill Fitzgerald, felt it would be better to have the building a little bit higher and have it 1 more story and use less land area, disturb less land area.
But
Mr.
there's no actual variance required.
I don't
The
believe
height.
so, no, because I think it's subsumed within the use.
Mr. Higgins,
right.
I just want to clarify one thing. We're actually 50 feet of actual building, and we're proposing a 4-foot sort of decorative parapet in some areas of the roof for building of equipment canopies
Okay.
on top.
I think that would be something for the architect to address.
He's definitely going to address
Was-
it, but I didn't want you thinking it was less than
Yeah.
50. I wanted to tell you the actual fact.
I just wanted to make sure, because at one point we did talk when this originally came in, that the 4 stories was not permitted or the height wasn't permitted, but that you're telling us from a zoning perspective, and you're the planner for that there is no bulk requirement.
Yeah, the courts have been pretty clear that where you have bulk variances for use, particularly if that use is not typical of the ordinance or of the zone in which this use is being proposed, that they're subsumed within the use. The board should look at the negative impact. If they feel there's a negative impact, then that would affect whether or not they should approve the variance.
In our commercial zones, what is the maximum height permitted?
I think in a commercial zone, I think it's 45 feet. I would have to double check that.
All right, so this building exceeds our maximum in any zone.
In terms, yeah, I believe it does.
All right, so I mean,
I will look at that and confirm it.
Right, but I think at some point in time, we need some testimony concerning the height. And again, in juxtaposition to the reduction of the land, so if you built it on top, it would be much higher than removing the land. But I think we have a maximum height of 45 as in any, that's maximum zone. So although it technically a bulk variance is not required, at some point in time, the applicant needs to address that issue.
May I ask another question of Mr. Best, just to address a part of that issue? And I know that
Sure.
subsequent witnesses are also going to address it in part, but I have one question for Mr. Besh, if I may ask it, just to meet this point. Mr. Besh, are you there?
I'm still here.
Okay. In the event that the building was only 3 stories, what would be the impact in terms of the amount of property that would be used, both as to impervious coverage and what effect it would have on the screening that we're talking about?
Okay, as Mr. Higgins had indicated, in the early stages of the project design, we had actually investigated a 3-story option, but the effect was expanding the building footprint, increasing the length of the circumnavigating driveway. So it would basically be removing more vegetation that we were looking to preserve for screening, as well as increasing the impervious surface coverage, which would then have to be controlled with the stormwater management system. One of the, shall we say, operational issues is now we're looking at a resident population that there will be a significant number with mobility challenges. And now you're talking about longer hallways that they would have to navigate on a daily basis. So we were looking to keep it more compact for less travel distance inside, as well as more compact for less impervious coverage and disturbance outside.
Thank you.
Chairman, if I could, just on that point,
Yes, Mr. Fuller.
that trade-off that you described, in a way, to me, I kind of question, because you wouldn't necessarily have to make a footprint of, a building with a bigger footprint. You could just kind of scale back what's going on in that building, right? If you took away a floor. It's not a this or that type of option. Am I right?
It's a choice. It's a choice.
Well, it's a choice also, and if you scale it back, you're reducing, considering it's an inherently beneficial use, you're reducing the impact of the inherently beneficial use. So there's a trade-off there too. And I did look up the C2 zone permits 45-foot high, 4-story buildings.
And what do we count for the parapet? Do we count that as for height?
For the parapet, I believe we do.
Okay. Some towns don't.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
And I'll double
Could you
check.
check? Can you check on that thing when you get a chance? Thank you. Okay, but the
The
C2
parapet
permits
is not
45.
around the entire building though, Mr.
But
Steinberg. The
at
parapet's
some
not
point
around
it's
the-
height. I think.
It's there, but it's not around the entire building.
Okay, well, the architect will give us that information also.
Yes.
Sometimes the parapet is not even counted for height purposes, so Jim will check on that.
But gentlemen, it won't make a difference because they're seeking at least 5 feet in height for the 50-foot building, whether it has a parapet or not. We go.
That makes it 9. If it makes it 9 feet as opposed to 5 feet.
5 feet or 9 feet, it's still a height variance.
Well, yeah, I don't know if it's. Jim says basically it's not a variance. It's part of the entire D variance requested.
Here we get subsumed within the D1 variance, and the board has to look at the negative impact and determine whether that negative impact is substantial.
Got it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Higgins. Does any board member have a question for the engineer?
Yes, I do. This is Mr. DeGennaro again.
Go ahead, Mr. Deitch.
Was a geotech report done yet? Have you done borings yet?
We had done one, actually a couple of borings at the top of the hill to try and, before we designed the stormwater management basins, to see if there was an issue of water table. So soil borings for the purpose of determining depth to groundwater were performed, but beyond, and again, soil borings were advanced to a depth of 40 feet. So we were well below the proposed stormwater management system, but that is the extent of the geotechnical work that was performed.
The reason I ask, I'm just curious, what's the elevation of rock? I just want to make, you're going deep in, you're going 29 feet deep into this, I'll call it hill, cliff, whatever you want to call it. Is there rock excavation that's going to be required, or is it all soil?
Actually, that would be very unusual for this region of New Jersey. We are mostly coastal plain sediments, but more specifically to this site, the area of Cedar Village was a sand and gravel mine facility. And there was no rock that we were encountered there. And this being the high ground, we are not anticipating any rock formations, and we've found none within the top 40 feet.
So is this natural soil or is it fill that's there now?
The top of the hill is BoA from the Cedar Village development. It was part of the area of clearing.
So it's unsuitable to build on anyway then.
Well, we're going to be taking.
I know you're
all the-
excavating it out, but if
Right.
you've left it, it's unsuitable to build on is my point.
Oh, not that it's unsuitable. It was just,
Oh, it's not
Not-
compacted. It won't have the
but
bearing capacity you need.
yeah, the area of disturbance was actually part of a what we call a BoA excavation. The
Yeah.
sand that they needed for development in Cedar Village was taken from here and replaced with other soils from the Cedar Village property. So again, we are by taking off the top of the hill, we are removing that BoA material from the site.
And you said 150 1,000
yards.
yards, does that include the detention basins also?
Actually,
there's-
no, that does not. That would be, well, that was measured in cubic feet. So if there's 100,000 cubic feet in
It's
the
another,
basins,
it's another
divide by
3,300
20,
yards.
divide
it's
by
another
27.
3,300. It's
I
another-
divide by 27 because there's
Yeah.
27 cubic
Yep,
feet
yep.
in a yard. So that's roughly 4,000 more
30.
yards.
Yeah, that's a 3,500. Yep, that's what I said. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. DeGenero. Any other board member have a question for the planner? If
Chairman,
not,
one more from me, Mr. Chairman. Sorry.
sure, go ahead, Mr. Fuller.
Going back to stormwater management, and I'm sorry if I missed it tonight, but I feel like the last hearing, we talked about at the driveway kind of being a runoff for water. The water would just follow the driveway down to the main road. Am I remembering that correctly?
Well, there will be runoff down the driveway, and I'm referring to the utility plan, which is sheet 415 of A4. And coming down the driveway, we have proposed a number of different catch basins on either side of the driveway to collect the water. And so the only portion of the driveway that would actually flow onto Cedar Village Boulevard is that portion which actually falls within Cedar Village Boulevard. So we're collecting the stormwater from the driveway into an underground basin located just to the west of Cedar Village Boulevard, connecting into a new inlet in Cedar Village Boulevard, and then connecting to an existing inlet at Hillside Avenue and Route 66.
Okay, so that was my confusion. It won't go down the entire driveway into that catch base, into the bottom basin. There'll be catch basins along the way to get the water off the street, right? To prevent icing and all that type of stuff.
That's correct.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
correct.
All right, Mr. Fuller, thank you. Mr. Steinberg, I have a question for you and I need your help. Before I open it up to the public, is Cedar Village Association being represented by an attorney tonight? Do you know?
The last hearing, or the first hearing that we had, Cedar Village Homeowners Association was being represented by counsel, and there was objections as to jurisdiction, because some of the development would be on the Cedar Village property, which is the roadway in and the easement across. Those issues with that council have been resolved. They've come up with their easement agreement, and I have received communication, and I believe it's on file with Amy from that attorney, that they withdrew their objection as to jurisdiction. I don't know if they're going to be represented by council or if individual homeowners have questions. I don't know.
Okay,
I
so
have
that
not-
was the reason I'm asking. I can permit individual homeowners and they can ask questions.
Yeah, before you open it up to the public, I think that the public should be aware that the procedure that is followed is basically that when you do open it up to the public, every participant will have an opportunity to ask questions of each witness on the testimony they provided. So they all heard what Mr. Besh said tonight, and they can ask questions concerning that. He's not going to testify to traffic. They need to wait to talk or request questions of the traffic engineer. When they do open up to the public and they have questions of each individual witness, they are not permitted to testify. They can't say what they feel or what they feel for or against, or testify as to the issues. And there will be a time after all the witnesses are presented by the applicant, after the board and our professionals and everyone from the public has an opportunity to question those individuals, for the public to then come before the board and voice their agreement, objection, whatever they want to voice under oath before the board. That's at a later time. So if you do open it to the public, it is only for the purpose of asking questions of the witness presented as to the testimony they did present. And only those witnesses will answer. And for the public's benefit, I heard already that we're going to hear from a traffic expert We're going to hear from an operations manager as to how the procedure will be, how the facility will be run, and then a planner as to the reasons for granting the different variances required. So the public needs to just ask questions and hold their comments basically until the appropriate time.
Thank you,
Mark-
Mr. Steinberg.
Mark, we had established the 5-minute rule.
5-minute rule. I was going to get, yeah.
There you go.
And we do have, as part of our rules and regulations of the board, which were adopted and permitted by court, usually questions and comments are limited to 5 minutes per person.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Question
Steinberg.
plus the answer.
I don't know who that was.
Peter
I don't know who's
Falvey, the 5-minute limitation. I have
Yes.
5 minutes to question. That includes the answer.
No, Mr. Falvo, you only get 3 minutes. I'm sorry. The rules are specifically different for you.
I'm sure the board will be liberal enough if you ask questions and there are lengthy answers by the witness that we would give a little leeway past the 5 minutes so that you
Thank
get
you.
your full 5 minutes.
Okay. All right. Thank you again, Mr. Steinberg. So now we're going to ask the public for ask questions of the planner only. Don't
No,
make
no.
statements.
He's not the
The
planner.
engineer.
The engineer, I'm sorry, the engineer, the engineer.
Mr. Besh's testimony only. Yes.
Mr. Besh's testimony, please ask a question, don't make a statement. And we will ask for, are you going to leave this up on the screen or do you want to?
I
can't
can
see
leave it
who-
up if you prefer. Or
I can't
or-
see who's going to ask questions. So that's the problem. I can't see the participants.
Yeah, it's better. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I see a question up. MW has their hand up. You have to unmute yourself, please. Unmute and please state your name and address for the record. You're still muted, sir. MW, we can't hear you.
Sorry, guys, different Zoom machine, sorry.
Mark, how you doing?
Yes, how are you, Jim?
Go ahead.
Okay, since I didn't realize all the rules about who I can ask what, I'm gonna ask, I think, what would go to the engineer. There are some people that are not here because they are in Florida, they live in Nobility Crest. They moved into buildings 5, 4, and what looks to me, if I can understand the map, is there's one corner of this new complex that could be approaching the corner between building 4 and 5. Jim, ironically, behind the dog park, of all places.
am I?
Am I looking at the thing correctly? And is there some sort of a buffer zone between the parking lot and the buildings and what the people in building 5 see when they stand on their balcony?
Okay, if I can go back to the
Thank
screen
you.
share. Okay, this is, again, the aerial photo, and you can see the construction activities for Nobility Crest.
Yep.
And you can see this extensive amount of existing vegetation that's going to remain between them.
That's going to
and
remain.
us.
Okay. That's the buffer I was talking about. Okay, then I was looking at it correctly. I thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Is there a time frame on this project?
5 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Blash.
Again,
You can't right now.
we can't estimate the time because we don't have approval yet.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, R has their hand up. Just R is showing on the screen. Please unmute yourself.
Okay, my name is Sheila Sachs. I live at 5 Cedar Village Boulevard, and I live at Lot 6. And you mentioned something about the drainage that would be connected, that you would be going, did I understand this correctly? You'll be going down next to Lot 8.
Okay,
So when you connect it, that's what you will be doing? Up and down that road, up and down next to that home?
Lot 8 is the.
Indy, what are you
No.
doing?
We're not proposing
Lights went out?
drainage
No.
along Lot 8, only a water main connection.
Okay, but you said, I thought I heard you say that trucks would be going down next to that house. Did I misunderstand?
No, only the equipment needed for the installation of the water main. So it'd probably be a
Right.
backhoe. We chose that route because that was the area where the trucks that did the borrow at the top, they came
Yep.
up that route before. But again, we're
Right.
going to be, it's just going to be for the installation of the water main. And then we're going to install all sorts of landscaping along that edge to restore it once we're done.
So that the large trees that are there now will not be there?
No, we're mostly going to be coming up the same route that the
Right.
trucks did.
Right, I understand that because I lived here and number 8 lived there when they were going up and down, up and down, up and down. So that was my question. So that is the route they will be taking for just the drainage.
Just the water main, just the
Right.
water main.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions?
Yes,
Who's, please state your name and address for the record.
Marvin Golden, 31 Boxwood Drive, within the 200 feet of the applicant's property. Mr. Besh, if I recall in your summarizing an explanation that there was nothing was going to be done about the stormwater at the edge of the property near Cedar Village Boulevard where it meets Sequoia Parkway.
Okay.
If that's correct, I would submit to you that for many years, we've been told that your property or the property of the applicant is responsible for annually for sheets of ice that come onto the Cedar Village Boulevard at approximately that area. And that area is beyond what was negotiated as far as the gatehouse and the gates were concerned.
Right, and that was one of the reasons why we are looking to go to a completely underground stormwater system, is that the area in question near Sequoia Parkway and Cedar Village Boulevard, the runoff to that area that occurs today will be controlled because now we're going to be proposing a curb line and a drainage system, which is going to take the water away from that area and direct it to the south toward Route 66.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the public? Yes, sir. You're
Yes.
raising your hand. Unmute yourself, Mr. Marvin. You're still muted.
I'm not muted now. I'm just, you can't see the video.
There you go.
I have no other questions.
Okay, thank you.
Concerning this, I have plenty of other things that I want to
Yeah,
talk with the board about.
you'd have to wait to the end of the meeting for that.
I'm willing to do that.
All right. Mr. DiCarlo, I think you're next.
Yes, yes. My name is Tino.
Go ahead.
My name is Tino DiCarlo. I live on 77 Cedar Village Boulevard. And I'm just interested in learning how we're going to direct the traffic going in and out of the assisted living facility and the traffic exiting Cedar Village.
Okay, those are I'll get to the site plan, but Mr. Ray, the traffic consultant, will go into those patterns in more detail.
Okay.
But again, what we are proposing is, as you're aware, there are the two islands in Cedar Village Boulevard, right from Route 66. The second island, we're going to modify to allow for a left turn queue lane so that vehicles exiting Cedar Village would be unobstructed. I'm sorry. The vehicles entering Cedar Village would be unobstructed by vehicles waiting to turn left into the project driveway.
Right, but I'm
Exiting-
concerned about exiting, Cedar Village exiting.
And that's probably a question best left for Mr. Ray, the traffic consultant, where he can talk about, shall we say, the level of operation of the roadway once the driveway has been constructed.
Okay.
Mr. Best, can you make a comment though about the exit gate coming out of Cedar Village, about how many cars it allows to pass or will allow to pass at a time?
Well, my understanding is part of the agreement with the homeowners association for the reconstruction of the gatehouse and the amenities pertinent to it is that the operation of the gate would close after each vehicle. So each vehicle exiting the village would be operating from a dead stop and then proceeding through the gate past the subject driveway. I'm not sure if that was answering your question, or did I misunderstand?
So is there there's going to be a stop sign there, so the people exiting Cedar Village will stop?
There's actually
And
a
then
traffic control.
proceed, and then what about the people exiting the assisted living facility?
Okay,
Who goes first?
There's actually a traffic control gate. So those exiting Cedar Village Boulevard would stop at the gate, wait for the gate to lift, and then proceed. There is a proposed stop sign, so vehicles exiting the assisted living would stop. Cedar Village Boulevard would have the right of way. So just like any stop controlled intersection, Cedar Village Boulevard would have the right of way, and the driveway would have to yield to them.
Does that answer your question, Mr. DiCarlo?
I'm not 100%, but I guess I'll wait until the gentleman that's in charge of traffic will come on.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, there's a hand up, but I can't see a name. Carol's iPad has a hand up, Carol's iPad. Please state your name for the record and address.
Hi, my name is Carol Rocos. I'm at Nobility 5304. I guess I'm disappointed. All I hear is talk about Cedar Village, and I'm not hearing anything about Nobility Crest and the impact that it will have on building 4, 5, and 6. So I have a few very quick questions. Number 1, 3 floors versus 4 floors of the proposed building. What is the height of the proposed building versus the height of building 5 at Nobility Crest?
Okay.
Everything about Cedar Village is because you guys didn't get an attorney, right?
Okay. Again, the architect will go into greater detail of the height of the proposed building. And as I had touched briefly on, the structure at the southeast corner of Nobility Crest, their finished floor elevation was elevation 131 on their first floor. Our first floor is elevation 110. So we're starting 21 feet lower. And then you can also see the orientation of our structure as compared to those facilities, that the orientation of the prime walls are not
I'm asking
directly.
about total height.
I do not know the total height of the Nobility Crest structures.
Okay, and what is the total height then of the proposed building?
The architect will go into that in more detail. It's in the realm of 54 feet.
Which exceeds the maximum allowed.
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about Freehold Road. Everyone's talking about the 4 houses on Freehold Road. Obviously, we have Building 4 faces kind of the corner of Freehold Road. Building 5, my building, faces totally onto Freehold Road, as does the new Building 6. And I'm not sure if those people were notified yet or not, because they're technically not in Building 6 yet. So my question is, the amount of traffic that's coming down Freehold Road. I understand that that's a steep incline going from Cedar Village, but it sounds like, wow, you did a deal with Cedar Village to take care of them. And too bad for everybody else that has to deal with Freehold Road. We're talking about 20 people in Building 4, 20 families. We're talking about 30.
Carol, it's only questions. Okay, I know your opinion, but we're hearing it already. That has to come under sworn testimony. What question do you specifically have?
Well, what kind of traffic and the extent of
There is
traffic?
going to be it's going to be a traffic expert who's going to give us the documentation as to the traffic. I don't know if Mr. Besh can answer all this. He didn't testify as to traffic.
Okay, so then the talk about ambulances coming in and all, that's all traffic
That
related
is certainly
also?
for the traffic expert. That
Okay.
would be for Mr. Ray.
Okay, how far will the extension of the building, the furthest extension of the building be from the end of the building to Building 5 where I live? What is the distance?
Let me see if I can track
That's a
that.
question. That's fine.
Okay, well, you can see the closest we are to Lot 8. I know that's not where we're 131 feet away from Lot 8. We are 117 feet from the end of the right-of-way of Freehold Road, and then another, so we've got 117 plus 70, so 187 plus another 100, so 287 feet to the property corner of Nobility Crest.
Okay. Can I just ask one question? I didn't understand what they were talking about regarding the pumps and the pumping of wastewater. I'm questioning the sound of pumps and the smell and all of that.
Okay, the sanitary sewer for the proposed facility will be directed to an underground pump station. So there should be no ambient aroma from the sanitary sewer system. From that pump station, again, which is underground, it will be pumped up underneath Freehold Road to a sanitary sewer manhole that either has been or is to be constructed in Freehold Road. So again, there's not going to be any, shall we say, aromas or even sounds from the operation of the pump station. You won't even know that it's there.
Mhm. Okay. And I don't know if this relates to traffic, but I'm in a brand new building. I'm here 6-7 months.
You're commenting. Just
I'm
ask the
sorry.
question.
What is going to happen to this brand new building with trucks of dirt and cement and whatever coming up and down Freehold Road, which is in our backyard?
Well, part of
Gonna happen to our brand new building.
part of the approval process would be for us to get certification from the Freehold Soil Conservation District. Part of their concern is that construction activities do not generate excessive amounts of dust. So part of the soil erosion sediment control plan is dust mitigation factors, which would be inspected and enforced by the soil district.
I think Carol's asking basically all these heavy trucks with all the dirt, is the vibrations going to affect her in any way? Is that what you're asking, Carol? The vibrations of the building?
Vibration, sound, quality of life, smell, dirt, all of that.
Well, obviously with any construction activity, you have a temporary noise and sound issue. But again, that's only temporary during the course of construction. And there's unfortunately
Which is 6 months.
not a whole lot that can be done for those factors during the construction period.
Yeah, and we do have township ordinances as to when they can commence work and what type of sound level. I mean, they can't start at 6 a.m. and things like that. We have specific ordinances in Ocean Township as to when they can work and the sound levels.
Well, then I'll conclude with saying that I think for the board members, the zoning board members, to consider quality of life for nobility.
Not now,
Make a
Carol.
statement.
You'll have that
Make a
opportunity to actually testify as to all your comments under oath.
All right.
Mark, can
Thank you.
I just elicit one answer from Mr. Besh? 'Cause I think this woman may be concerned about it. Mr. Besh, is it true that once construction is complete, there will be no traffic on Freehold Road from this project? Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay, so we're talking about the temporary condition, the excavation condition's a temporary condition. I think you said 3 to 6 months, and any other construction that's involved, that's temporary. When that construction is done, Freehold Road is going to be blocked off and not used by us, correct?
And it will only be used by the 4 residents that live there and the commercial property at the end.
I'm not referring to them as poor residents. We're going to try to limit any kind of a negative impact caused by construction. That's what Mr. Besh's testimony is, and my client supports that testimony.
Are those resident homes staying there?
I don't know if you're asking me. Go ahead.
You don't know? Are you purchasing them out?
No, we're not.
No.
Okay, we're exceeded our 5-minute time on this question session. I got to move on to the next set of questions, please. Thank you for your questions.
Can we also have someone else here that's we're all together? Can Diana speak? She also lives here.
How many people are in the room, first of all?
3.
Yeah,
Yes,
they would have
Go ahead.
James, each one, I assume, is a resident of the building in different units. You all got together to listen? Yeah, okay.
We just have one person, Diana, that will speak.
Sure, go ahead. State your name and address and
Thank
ask questions only, do not make statements.
Okay, my name is Diana Lee and my home is at Nobility Crest, Building 5. And my question tonight is about the air quality concern that I have. Basically, I understand, I went to look at the blueprints originally in 2020, and there was the dumpster located directly closest to Building 5. I understand you moved that? The dumpster location for your proposed building.
Correct. The dumpster location is now located on the north side of the proposed building, not the northwest corner. So it's actually very close to Cedar Village Boulevard.
All right, Building 5, you're telling me is at the northwest corner?
I'm not sure which of these buildings is 4 or 5. Can you see the cursor as I'm taking it across the screen?
The sand area, I believe, is Building 4.
Okay.
And Building 5 was yet to be built.
Where is your cursor?
Move your cursor down. And below,
Okay.
and above the street, and above Freehold Road.
So that's Building 5?
This is where we are, that's Building 5.
Okay, where is the dumpster now located in your building?
Okay, follow the cursor over.
All right, I'm watching.
This is where the dumpster is located.
Okay, thank you for moving that, but also my concern about that,
Carol, I don't want your concern, just questions.
Okay, in that dumpster you're going to be cooking 3 times a day, at least for these residents. So that is going to contain food waste and recycle. And what about medical waste?
I'd have to ask that question be deferred to the operations person to see how they would handle the disposition of medical waste.
Okay, so you mean that's a question for me to ask in the future? Is that
Yes.
how?
Yes.
They will be presenting several witnesses. One of the witnesses will be an operations witness telling you just exactly how the daily operation will occur, how much food comes in, how much garbage goes out, and medical waste and everything else. So you can ask that witness these questions.
Okay, when, do you mean at another Zoom meeting?
Now, hopefully later on this evening.
Oh, okay. And then also, you're gonna exhaust your building, you know, the cooking odors and whatever out from the roof? Is that what's gonna happen? And then it's gonna travel over to Nobility Crest?
I can't comment on how the venting of the kitchen will be accomplished. It may actually be a little bit premature at this stage, but that would probably be best answered by the architect as what his experience is with the venting of the kitchen for this type of facility would be.
I understand, and that's my concern about
And
your.
we understand your concerns. The architect will testify to that, and you can ask questions of the architect.
Okay, and that's why I'm wondering about the 4 stories, because, you know.
We understand all that. That's for the comment time, okay? But questions of those specifics can be asked to both the architect later on this evening and possibly the traffic.
Okay, so we're gonna have another opportunity later on this evening. It's not that
You will
we.
have an opportunity to ask questions of each witness, and at the end, you'll have an opportunity to tell the board how and why you feel about this application.
Do we have another avenue to express how and why we feel, like emailing? How do we?
This is a public hearing, and everything must be as if you were in the room, if we had a room, and testified in public, because the entire proceedings are recorded and would be available by way of a transcript in the event that anyone goes to court. So it can only be from the record.
Okay, then earlier this evening, you did talk about lighting, and I am concerned also about light pollution. I mean, your building is so close to building 5, and you're gonna have all lighting around your building, which will affect me. How are you going to deal with light pollution?
Okay. A lighting plan was submitted as part of the site plan submission packet. And what I'm referring to is that lighting plan, which shows a point-by-point calculation of light illumination levels in foot candles. The light fixtures closest to Nobility Crest are along the western edge of our parking lot. The fixtures are facing the building, so they're facing away from Nobility Crest. They're being provided with what we call backside shields, which prevent light spillage to the west. And you can see we stopped the calculation of the point-by-point grid at that point where we're showing no calculable illumination level. So there should be no light spillage from this proposed facility onto the Nobility Crest property.
Oh, thank you. It's just that this whole evening, nothing really has been spoken, directed about Nobility Crest. And of course, we are very concerned, being the close.
Well, you'll have an opportunity to express that later. Thank you. I think you need the next witness. 5 minutes are up.
Okay. Who else has their hand up? Who wants to speak? Mr. Falvo, you have something to say?
Several questions. Picking up on the lighting question, Mr. Besh, you're still going to have some night glow, aren't you? Sky glow, all the lighting?
Well, the fixtures selected are what they call dark sky compliant, which is the best we can hope for, rather than, and they're shoebox fixtures, which are downward focused, which is the best we can hope for, rather than the large glass globes that radiate light in every direction.
With regard to the drainage, you mentioned the underground fixture at the front of the building, and I believe you testified that would then connect to the other underground fixture closest to Cedar Village Boulevard.
Correct.
All right, and that other fixture will also pick up all of the drainage off of your access road.
That's correct.
When you did the, you went to 40 feet on your borings. Do you know the suitability of the soil for conventional construction, or you're gonna have to pile this job?
That was not part of the information requested by the geotechnical engineer. We were only interested in the soil permeability, which came back to be very, very low, and the depth to seasonal high groundwater table. So it did not address suitability or the necessity of piles or whether a standard foundation could be designed.
With regard to the, if I could ask you to go up further towards Cedar Village Boulevard. Is that an outfall pipe in the upper left-hand corner? Or a head wall?
Right. This head wall was part of the original Cedar Village development design. And what it does, it accepts overland flow from the northern areas of the site into a head wall, which then contributes to the drainage system at Dogwood Drive. So it's an outgoing pipe, not an inflow pipe.
Right, but if there's no basin there or anything of that nature, is there a depressed area?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Is there a depressed area there?
Yeah, Cedar Village Boulevard is slightly higher, so there is a depression that this flared end section is intended to drain out.
With regard to the construction, you're coming, at least I think, pretty close proximity to the retaining walls, which as you come around by Sequoia Parkway, then go up Cedar Village Boulevard, the retaining walls are relatively high.
The existing retaining walls, yeah, they're substantial, yes.
Is any of your work going to have any impact on them as far as undermining their stability? I mean, they've been there now for 17, 18 years.
We do not believe so, because our retaining walls at their proximity to those existing retaining walls is in excess of 30 feet.
But at what point will you know whether or not you can use conventional construction with footings, if you have to pile the job?
When presuming that we are able to secure approval, at that point in time, when the architect starts moving on to the construction documents, that point in time, they would look to have supplemental testing done to determine what the appropriate foundation and support system would be for this facility.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next person. Mr. Dan Lynch.
Yes, hello. I have a question about Freehold Road. You
Could
say,
please state your name and address for the
I'm
record?
sorry, Dan Lynch and of 7 Central Street. And I have a question about the Freehold Road that is going to be shut down after all of this is finished. Is it going to be completely shut down or just at the end? Because you have like 5 houses there.
No, when we say shut down, it's the facility's use of Freehold Road. Freehold Road is going to be used by this facility during the term of construction only. Once construction has completed, then we would restore Freehold Road to a municipal standard, and no vehicles would no longer be taking access to this site using Freehold Road. At that point, they would all use the entrance driveway off of Cedar Village Boulevard. So shutting it down is only, I guess, an oversimplification that we would be stopping access to this particular site from Freehold Road, but Freehold Road would continue to operate for those residents.
Is that your answer, Mr. Lynch? You done?
Yes, it is. Thank you very much. I
Thank you,
appreciate
sir.
you.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Ann Schneider has her hand up.
Okay, actually, it's Cheryl August. I am also a Nobility Crest resident.
Please state your address and name for the record.
I just did, Cheryl August,
Right.
7 Center Street, Nobility Crest. My question has to do with the drainage as well. It is currently a problem here at Nobility. Drainage is a big issue, so I'd like you to address how all of this system of yours is going to impact us at Nobility, either positively or negatively. And if it's negatively, you know, are there plans to rectify that?
Okay, first and foremost is we're downhill from you guys, from Nobility Crest. We are above Cedar Village Boulevard, but we're downhill from Nobility Crest. So first and foremost, where the...
I'm sorry, you're downhill from buildings 1, 2, and 3?
Yes.
Okay.
The portion of the site, which is basically runs through the middle of the proposed building, that area to the north naturally flowed toward Cedar Village Boulevard. We're intercepting a good portion of that water that would flow towards Cedar Village Boulevard, and we're redirecting it down to Route 66. So we would have an improvement on the drainage systems that fall within Cedar Village Boulevard because we're contributing less water to those systems, which I believe are the same systems that Nobility Crest does feed into as well.
Thank you for that. And just out of curiosity, is there a reason this map hasn't been updated to actually show buildings 4, 5, and 6?
They were beyond our, well, the maps were first done in 2018. And we've essentially been awaiting, unfortunately due to the pandemic, this hearing. So things have changed significantly since the time the plans were actually filed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your question. Next, I can't see with this screen up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep. All right, Patricia's iPad?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Pat Cohen, Nobility Crest, 5201. Did you hear me?
Yes. Please ask your question. We're ready.
Okay. My question is, Mr. Bosch mentioned a wall around the facility. I believe he said it was about 9 feet. What's it constructed of? What kind of wall is this?
Well, I think the existing wall that I was referring to are the retaining walls that are along the eastern side of our property, the western side of Cedar Village Boulevard. And those are significantly higher than 9 feet. So those are the existing walls that I was referring to.
And what is the construction of those walls?
Those are interlocking masonry units, basically concrete blocks that are linked together with reinforcing fabric into the slope behind them to serve as stability for those block walls.
So it's really not a buffer wall.
I'm not sure I know what a buffer wall is.
Well, usually a buffer wall keeps out light, noise, a lot of things. A buffer area.
You know, yeah, those are not screening walls. They don't screen any, they support the land behind them. So they prevent the soil from slumping or eroding down into Cedar Village Boulevard. So they're retaining walls.
Oh, okay. And you also mentioned originally the plan was 3 stories. Now, all of Nobility Crest is 3 stories. So what changed to make it 4? It seems strange that you'd put a 4-story building in
And
the middle.
now you're testifying. You've asked the
Oh.
question, let him answer it, okay?
Okay, sorry.
It was a design choice used to reduce the expanse of the development platform, which enabled us to maintain a lot of the existing vegetation as a buffer between what we're proposing and the surrounding neighborhood.
So in order to have your 243 beds, is that correct, the number 243?
I believe it's, well, I did not testify to the number of beds. I believe it's 255 bedrooms.
Beds.
In 223 rooms.
So the building, less beds would reduce the height of the
Now you're
building.
testifying.
Okay, sorry, all right.
But your point is noted. Thank you.
I'm done.
All right, thank you. Next person I see is 4 Windsor 387. Got your hand up? Yep. You're muted. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Worrell. William Garofalo, 7 Center Street, Ocean, New Jersey. I apologize if you've covered this ground before. I may have missed it. Could you please tell me what the amount of footage you are removing in total elevation and what the grade and slope is going to be? And then as a follow-up, the project looks like there's a lot of impervious ground, a lot of ground being covered. And I'm wondering why there isn't a need for some type of retention basin and silt traps rather than having water flow down into Route 66 and into the already existing catch basins.
Okay, your first question regarding the extent of the change in grade, we're reducing
and elevation.
Elevation, where the peak of the hill is elevation approximately 139, and we're bringing the finished floor elevation of the building at elevation 110. So at the peak, we're dropping the grade by approximately 29 feet in order to prepare a level development platform. Now, stormwater management, we're not just letting the water flow down to,
not to stop you, but what direction will the grade be in?
well, the platform at the top will be fairly level. The stormwater management system will direct the stormwater collected to the drainage system in Route 66, but through a series of 4 separate detention basins, which will release the stormwater at a rate less than what currently flows off the property today.
Okay, there will be retention basins. I didn't see them in the plans.
They're
Will be
underground.
Underground.
Correct. They're underground chambers, correct. I didn't hear what you said.
We can't hear you.
I think he's done.
Hello?
Still not able to hear you, Mr.
We lost your audio.
Garofalo.
No, here you are. Do you hear me?
No, we're waiting for Mr. Garofalo to finish up, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're muted. You're muted. Bill, you're muted on your iPad. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
No, we lost you. We lost your volume again.
Okay, I'm done then.
Sorry. All right, Mr. John Naples. Unmute yourself, please. State your name and address for the record.
John Naples, 6 Freehill Road. I had a question, David. I was going to ask, you're putting this pumping station, and I believe you said that the pumps it's gonna be pumped up Freehold Road?
Yes,
And where is it being pumped to?
there is to be, again, I can't verify whether it has been installed yet or not, a sanitary sewer manhole to be dedicated to the Township of Ocean Sewage Authority located in Freehold Road, right to the east of the new Kappa Construction offices on Freehold Road.
Okay. Is that something, as you know, none of our homes have sewage over there. We're on cesspools.
We understand.
Is that something we would be able to tap into in the future?
We would be proposing a force main at this time.
Right.
We can reevaluate and see whether or not perhaps the installation of a section of gravity sewer could be accommodated, which would allow you to tap in. But right now, we're just proposing a force main.
Right.
So we can take a look at that.
I think we need to, because we don't have sewers there.
I understand.
And I think it would be beneficial to the people living there. I'm speaking for myself, and I'm not speaking for the other people. But
I
think it'd be
understand.
I think it would be very beneficial if you made some kind of an arrangement like that.
And I think that was probably the reason why the sewage authority required Nobility Crest to extend the main up there, is to.
Yeah, I think they
allow-
have one up there. They have one up there too, I believe.
Right.
When they did their project. The other thing is, how wide is Freehold Road?
The right of way is only 40 feet wide.
Okay.
As you know, a good portion of it's gravel, so it's irregular in width.
Right.
And when we repair and construct the road, we would be proposing to widen it to the municipal standard, or improve it to the municipal standard.
So when you say, what would that be?
Usually for two-way traffic, that's 30 feet width of pavement.
Okay, and that was, I apologize, but I came onto the meeting late and I caught the end of when you were talking about the reconstruction of Freehold Road.
No apologies necessary.
What is the plan for that?
Again, we're proposing
Is
to
there a
bring
plan for that?
the construction traffic during the course of construction would be utilizing Freehold Road. Once construction has completed, then we would be repairing Freehold Road and terminating all access to the subject property.
No, I
from
saw
Freehold
that, but
Road.
I'm saying, is there a plan, after you get done, is there a plan to pave the road, curbs? Is there some kind of reconstruction plan?
There is not a specific plan per se, other than the intention to improve it to the municipal standard.
Well, all right, so when you say municipal standard, what is the municipal standard? 30 feet?
30
with
feet of
curbs?
pavement with curbs.
Okay.
That's correct.
And this force main, obviously you're going to be digging up Freehold Road to put it. How deep is the force main?
Force mains would usually be placed a minimum of 4 feet down, and they would pretty closely follow the terrain in that regard.
All right, so you're going to be driving up and down the road, and you're going to be digging up quite a bit of it to put this main in. There's going to be excavation on that road too.
There's going to be excavation to install the main, yes.
Wonderful. I think I had one other question. No, I think you covered everything. Thank you, sir.
Let me just can I just pipe in for a second, Ben? Do we want to look into some sort of issue or resolution or condition concerning the sewer line along Freehold Road as part of the development? First of all, it'd be beneficial for those people to have the ability to tap in. So
it definitely would be, and it would be, a big plus for us.
I'm just
And
asking.
like I
the
said,
board
I'm
engineer.
speaking for myself,
Looking at the, well, listen, sewers are always better than septic.
Exactly. I mean, we don't
So
have
I-
water either, but that's another issue. I mean, obviously your water main's nowhere near us.
But Ben, maybe you can look into that as one of the conditions, the offsite improvements.
I was looking at the utility plan. So the connection point for where the force main connects into.
You got to be a little louder.
What may be the existing manhole is in, pretty far down Freehold Road. If the gravity main was extended up, maybe that could be an option. Dave, what do you think about that?
Okay, what Ben was referring to in the site plans. Okay, the proposed building is where the cursor is right now, pump station, and we're proposing to pump up Freehold Road to the sewage authority manhole located at Freehold Road.
Okay. Yeah, that's right in front of my property, yes.
What Mr. Matlack is suggesting that we investigate is that if from that manhole, we extend a gravity main to the greatest extent possible up Freehold Road, allowing the homes to connect into that, and then we would only have to pump up to that new manhole. So it would shorten our pumping distance while still providing a sanitary sewer alternative for those homes on along Freehold Road.
And we don't have the survey information or the existing grades on Freehold Road. So we can't tell right now how far that gravity main could be extended, correct?
Correct. I mean, just looking at the topography where we're showing grades at the eastern end of Freehold Road up around elevation 135. Mr. Naples, you would probably be able to better explain whether or not Freehold Road slopes toward Route 66 at that point.
Yeah, it slopes down towards 66, it does.
So
it's not steep slope, but it does.
It sounds like it's a very feasible alternative to investigate.
Yeah, I mean, that would be very beneficial and, a give back to the people that are on that road, if that's possible.
Ben will look into that with Dave, right, Ben?
Yeah,
Thank you.
we can look at that.
Okay. Thank you. Good to see you, Mark. I haven't seen you in a long time.
Okay.
Okay, next, let's see, who's got Lisa Goatsman? You got your hand up?
Yes, hi. Hi, Lisa Gottsman.
Go
Hi,
ahead.
29 Cedar Village Boulevard. I actually have two questions. The first has to do with the trash and recycling bins. You had mentioned that there are 4 altogether, 3 for trash, which, as somebody else pointed out, that's going to include food waste, as well as other trash and also recycling, and that you think that that's going to be enough, and if you need more, there'll be more frequent pickups. How often is the pickup going to be to begin with? What are the hours that these trucks are coming in?
I don't think this is the witness to ask the questions. I think we have an operations man here, or person.
Okay.
Dave?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. But I'm sorry, but Mr. Bash hadn't mentioned that, but
Yeah,
okay.
I don't think he knows those answers.
Okay. The second question is, if God forbid there's an emergency and people have to be evacuated from the assisted living facility, and the entrance to the assisted living facility is blocked for some reason, there's an accident, whatever, how will everybody be evacuated if that one entrance and egress is blocked?
Okay, if there happens to be a circumstance where the entrance driveway is blocked, again, I did mention
Let's say there's a bad accident at that intersection, and that gets blocked. And I don't know what could happen. It just seems to me that you only have one way in and one way out for an awful lot of people.
what can be accommodated is the old construction route from Freehold Road can be established as an emergency vehicle ingress road. And by that, I mean, it would look like a lawn. So you wouldn't be accepting regular traffic through it. But in case the driveway to Cedar Village Boulevard is blocked for some reason, an emergency vehicle could ride across that lawn to get to the building.
And it's graded such that there's not going to be a problem for an ambulance to drive up grass?
Correct.
So it would be paver blocks, wouldn't it?
Or snow?
Yeah, we would probably use something akin to a high-density polyethylene honeycomb. Basically, it looks like a honeycomb that you bury into the ground. that provides the stability to the soil to allow the heavier vehicles to travel over it. But grass can grow through it, giving it the appearance of a lawn, but the stability of a roadway.
Okay.
I think it's a good issue. An emergency access is probably important, and it certainly could be, breakaway chain or whatever they would put there so it's not used unless it's an emergency.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I gotta see who's got a hand up. We have, does this says iPad, the gentleman on the top's got his hand up. There's not a name associated with. If not, I'm moving on to the next person.
That may be myself, Ken LaPosa.
Yeah, that's you. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. 25 Boxwood Drive, Cedar Village.
Yes, sir. What's your question?
My question is that looking at the waste facility area, which is closest to Cedar Village, why would it not be optimum to put it on the opposite side of the facility, closer to Route 66? Keep in mind, even though you will have, I imagine, types of guarding for varmints and all, why not put it on the opposite side of the building so that we have even more of a distance from it?
Well, one of the things that we were concerned about, although it's a lower priority, is the appearance of the facility. So when you're driving up to the facility that you're going to be putting a loved one into, you don't want to have to drive them by your dumpsters to get to the front door.
Okay, well, let's take a look at something here. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Okay, and I believe the attorney for the applicant said that they want to be a good neighbor. So don't you think that would be a good way of starting?
Well, I actually don't agree with you that that would be the proper location for them. One, it is a primary, at the primary access point, so every vehicle would have to pass by it. And second of all, the elevation change, the area that we're proposing, it's probably going to be about 20 to 30 feet above Cedar Village Boulevard. So the vehicles that are passing by Cedar Village Boulevard won't even see it or know it's there.
It doesn't matter that you don't see it or know it's there. The fact of the matter is it is closer to the community than
Now
on the
you're
opposite
sir.
side.
Now you're
You know?
testifying.
No, I'm not
You asked the
testifying.
question.
I'm asking a question why that cannot be done. Okay.
He just told you his reasons.
No, I don't think he did. Okay, because he hasn't put a shovel in the ground yet.
He told you his reasons. You may disagree with him, but he gave you his answer.
Not being too friendly of a applicant. Thank you.
All right, next person. We got, who do we have? Let's see here. Any more questions? Do I have any more questions? Eileen, are you raising your hand? Eileen's iPad? No questions? Okay. No questions. Mr. Donner, you're up.
Wonderful. I want to
Hello,
thank the
hey
board.
guys. I did have my hand up, Don Brockle.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir. State your name and address for the record.
Don Brockle, 710 Laurel Avenue in West Allenhurst. Grew, lifetime resident and know the Sandhills from as the Sandhills and camped right where you're going to be putting that building. So my question is stormwater. I haven't heard all the answers tonight. Sorry for that. I assume it's obviously compliant with all the stormwater regulations. Is that true?
It will be. That's correct.
Okay. The other piece I've been hearing is using Freehold Road and also the main road there. Obviously, there's going to be wind blowing, sand blowing. You got to comply with all the soil requirements and holding back the barriers. But I'm really concerned about trucks rolling down the road and the sediment washing into the drains and going into Deal Lake. What provisions are you going to have to prevent that? Can you describe those?
Well, part of the approval process, assuming that we are approved at this level, is to obtain soil erosion and sediment control plan certification from the Freehold Soil Conservation District. Now, a control plan is part of the site plan packet that was submitted, but we're waiting to secure an approval from the town before we submitted to any of the peripheral agencies, of which this would be a part.
Okay. The other piece, I think somebody mentioned about, I think it was Mr. I'm looking at my sheet here. One of the gentlemen on the board mentioned the water coming down the main boulevard, and it was going to go into 66. Are there any provisions on 66 or Freehold Road about putting MTDs in the road structure even before the building begins to trap that sediment before it goes downstream into Deal Lake and downstream and Colonial Terrace and then Deal Lake?
You mean a phasing of the drainage system?
Sure.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah. I mean, so right now it goes into the storm drains and right into the stream and into the lake. There's no provisions. There's no way to stop it. Now you are obviously going to have storm retention properties within the land, but everything in the roadside going into your building probably doesn't have that at the current time.
Well, at the current time, there's no drainage facilities out there whatsoever.
Correct. Right.
And usually as part of the certification, phase one of the certification process is to bring the site to grade and install the drainage system before you begin construction on the proposed building. So
Sure.
the drainage,
I'm talking about the existing roads. Is there anything downstream at the bottom of those roads that you guys can do and also include in your planning that would be an extra effort, an extra measure to trap that sediment that's off your property?
I'm not sure I understand what you're referring to. Was refitting downstream structures.
Right. There would be an inline manufacturing treatment device which would capture any oils, sediments, and debris before it gets into the main storm line.
I mean, we are proposing two of those system type of structures as part of this proposal, but to hold this applicant responsible for treating water that is not being generated by this project is, I think, a little bit of an overreach.
Well,
but
I don't know. I think it is, and it's not necessarily the water you're providing. It's all the sediment that's going to be presented onto those roads from your construction vehicles and other vehicles. You're going to add a lot of traffic on both those roads, I believe.
And again, that is part of the soil certification, as well as the stormwater management rules and regulations, which require treatment and removal of total suspended solids from the stormwater before it is released into the downstream system.
Correct. I'm talking about the residual outside your property zone, because you're obviously going to have incoming. You don't own Freehold Road, correct? You don't own the other access road, correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. So I'm just talking above and beyond maybe some things you may want to look at. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
One final question.
One question.
All right.
I haven't spoken.
All right, go ahead. Please state your name and address for the record.
Okay, it's Goldie Cooperstein, Building 5, 5202. And I have a question about the parking again. The original parking was supposed to be underneath and above. I want to know how many spaces they are allowed in what you would allow as the planning board. Could you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
I think
Okay.
they have a traffic expert who will be testifying as to parking, traffic flow later on in the application. I think that's where this question should be addressed.
But weren't they originally going to be underground and above?
They said that they're now only going to do it above.
Right, too many spaces. Okay, thank you.
All right, any more questions before we move to our next expert?
Yes, one more question, please.
All right, please make it quick.
Kenneth LaPoser, 25 Boxwood Drive.
Yeah.
Using Freehold Road, as you were saying, for all of the construction, I assume that's not only excavation, but also for all of your trade people, electricians, painters, carpentry, so on?
That's correct. Until we get a certificate of occupancy, all the construction vehicles would be directed to access the site from Freehold Road.
I see. We wouldn't see any carpenters' vans or anything coming up our road. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr.
Sorry,
Chairman.
I think I had my hand up.
Wait a
Mr.
minute.
Rosinio, I believe it is, has his hand up, but he's muted.
Okay,
Well, I'm not muted, am I?
we can hear you now, sir.
No, Mr.
Okay.
Burton.
My name is John Donnell. I'm president of the board of directors at Cedar Village. And I did have one question. Coming down the road, I'll call it Arbor Road for the moment. I think, David, you had mentioned that there were drains on both sides of the road. And I think in our discussions late in our agreement, we talked about having a grading that would take the water under the road all the way across it. Because if you, with the hill coming down and with water coming across Cedar Village Boulevard, you end up with a lot of icing in the winter. So as much water has to be taken underground as possible. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Sure. And I think Mr. Falvo had touched on this briefly with regard to the driveway coming down to Cedar Village Boulevard.
Yes.
I don't know if you can follow the cursor that I have
see
on
it.
the screen.
Yep.
We're showing two catch basins, one on either side of the driveway. And the driveway is actually crowned, so the water would flow from the center off to the curb lines. So we're collecting through catch basins D5 and D6, the water that would be coming down the driveway. So only a very small portion, probably 30 feet wide by 50 feet long of pavement would actually flow out onto Cedar Village Boulevard. But then that water would be collected in inlet D1, just 50 feet further south. So the amount of water that would actually flow out onto Cedar Village Boulevard would be minimized.
So are you saying that the slope, as I'm coming down, I'm going to call it Arbor Boulevard for the moment, is slanted from left to right, and that the drainage would go down the side and never come right through and all the way on to Cedar Village Boulevard?
Correct. The road is crowned like all the public roadways are. So the water
Okay.
goes from the center of the road to the curb line. Then we have pairs of inlets, D11, D12, D9, D10, D7, D8, D5, D6, collect that water at intermediate points so that there's no gush of water down the driveway, so that it wouldn't be bypassing those structures and out into Cedar Village. So again, we have 8 catch basins alone along this driveway to collect and contain the stormwater runoff.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kirk, did you have something, Ron?
Yeah, there was a Mr. Burton Rosinio that was looking for had his hand up, but muted.
Yeah, my question deals with the buffer.
Okay, can you identify yourself and your address, please?
Okay, Burton Resnick, 20 Dogwood Drive, Cedar Village. I know we can't, at least the proposal is the trash and all that is going to be where it's going to be, and the wall, whatever, going to be a certain height. Obviously, the building is pretty. It's pretty big. What kind of provision are you making to put a reasonable? You know, the schematic shows a lot of green, but what real buffer are we putting on your side of the retaining wall coming into Cedar Village Boulevard all the way up? You know, right now, obviously, there's a lot of vegetation up there, trees, whatever. What are we doing? What's the plan?
Okay. I don't know if you can see the screen, which I'm referring to the landscape plan, which is part of the site plan packet, particularly up around near Dogwood Drive intersection. First and foremost, we're preserving a significant portion of the existing woodlands that are there to begin with. It's probably a depth of about minimum of 50 feet. We're supplementing that woodland with
This sounds like a lot.
a substantial number of evergreen trees, both at the bottom of the slope and at the top of the slope. Then as we proceed further or closer toward Route 66, there's an area between Dogwood Circle or Dogwood Drive and Sequoia Parkway that's a little bit thin. We're going heavy on the proposed plant materials in that area to reinforce an area that doesn't really have a lot of existing vegetation. Then as you pass Sequoia Parkway, up above the retaining walls, we're looking to preserve a substantial amount of the existing trees that occur on the along the top of the retaining wall, all the way down to our proposed driveway just past the guardhouse.
Who dictates the amount of evergreens and vegetation that the maximum? Who dictates the maximum? Not the minimum, the maximum.
Well, that goes to Mr. Higgins' comment before about tree preservation. When we submit the data for the number of trees that we're proposing to remove, there's a calculation by how many do we have to use to replace them. And then we,
you can hear him, hold on.
so that is
Oh my God.
part
is
of
it
the
boring?
process.
You
Yeah.
obviously
No,
did go
I
over.
wanted to hear him. I just said.
Are you allowed to go over the number that the formula dictates?
Oh, you can always go over.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. You're allowed, the developer is allowed to go over what the formula dictates. And gotcha. I appreciate that. Okay, and I hope the board appreciates that too.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Yes,
Okay, please state your name and address for the record. No.
John Naples. I spoke earlier. I just had one more question for David. How big is the forced main?
You okay?
It hasn't been designed yet, but we anticipate that the force main would probably be in the range of a 3-inch diameter force main.
All right, thank you.
can you hear me?
All right, Amy, could you please mute people that aren't participating right now? There's too much background noise. Thank you. Mr. Donner.
I think Jim, the woman above you on my screen, Miss Rondick.
Ruth Sunder, 7 Living Building 5, Apartment 5301.
Okay.
We're talking about the existing woodland. How much of the trees will be left, or how much of the woodland will be left between the facility and Building 5?
Okay, I think I mentioned before, from the building to the corner of the Nobility Crest was around 280 some odd feet, of which over 150 feet would be woodlands.
And you did mention before, but I've forgotten, how would it be plants and trees that will be planted by the builder? Will they be very small, or will they try to match the existing woodlands?
Oh, we definitely can't match the existing woodlands. Those are mature trees. We had discussed with Mr. Higgins that the 1-to-1 replacement value of the trees for the ones we take down. So if, for example, if we end up removing, I'm just tossing a number, 200 trees, we would be replacing throughout the property evergreen trees, probably of a height of 8 to 10 feet, and shade trees with a trunk caliper of about 4 inches would be a 1-to-1 replacement for the trees we take down.
So there will be no retaining wall between our property, our Building 5, and the facility that's being built. It will just be the evergreens you plant and the existing woodland.
Yeah, the retaining walls that are currently designed, that we're designing, are at our north end, closer to Lot 8, along the bend in Cedar Village Boulevard, over by the gatehouse, and along the sides of our driveway. We don't currently propose any retaining walls between our project and the Nobility Crest project.
Thank you.
All right. Are
Mr.
there
Chairman,
any
I
other-
know
any
we
other
don't move on. I
question?
just want to clarify one thing that was said earlier. There was a discussion about an emergency access along Freehold Road going into the site. There's a pretty significant grade change from Freehold Road to the parking area. It looks like there's a pretty steep slope going from the parking area up to the area of the Freehold Road right away. So there would probably be some significant grading in that area that would be required if that was going to be made an emergency access road. So I don't know if that is it's not a requirement of the ordinance that an emergency access road be installed. So if it's something that the board needs to
Wow.
see, then, you know, there might be some effort to make that happen.
Mr. Donner, you need DCA approval for this type of facility?
I don't believe DCA. We certainly need Department of Health. But
Okay.
I'm-
All right, so, okay, so Department of Health facility,
yeah,
they would
this
decide
is
whether or
the
not.
beginning. Yeah, this
Right,
is,
they would
this
decide if you
approval
need an
is the beginning.
emergency.
Yes.
Right, but they would decide if you need an emergency exit or not. For
Absolutely.
safety reasons. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
And-
there will
and
be
I
other
want-
agencies reviewing this
I
for
want the
those
board to
purposes.
understand that once we get local approvals, we're first having to go into a very rigorous set of standards and regulations by the Department of Health. So this is only the beginning. We have a ways to go, and this is one of the most regulated areas, certainly in all of our law, and we have to meet every standard.
As I said, if they require a second access, then you'll have to come back to the board if you haven't provided for it to amend your plans.
And just to clarify, if Freehold Road is going to be used as the access for construction, that access is going to have to be constructed because the vehicles have to be able to get in and out of the site. So that will be constructed, and as a result of that, some of that vegetation will be removed.
Well, I think Mr. Besh can speak to that. I believe you're right, Mr. Higgins, but Mr. Besh, can you address that?
They are correct that there will be vegetation disturbed through the construction access pathway. And part of the restoration process will be to supplement the vegetation along the disturbed area with trees satisfying the replacement requirements.
Okay.
Anybody else have a question? Or statement? No statements, questions only. If not, I think we need to move on.
Mr. Donner, call your next witness.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm asking Mr. Besh to stay in place because he's going to help us share the screen for some of Mr. Lehrman's exhibits. I'd like to call to the stand Wayne Lehrman, who is our architect expert.
Is he here tonight?
Yes,
I'm
he is.
here. Okay, could you please raise your right hand so I can swear you in? Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and your qualifications.
Wayne Lerman, I'm a registered architect in the state of New Jersey. I've been in my own practice since 1980. I've done all different types of buildings throughout the state of New Jersey. I've actually been before the boards in Ocean Township zoning board and so forth like that.
Okay, thank you. We'll accept your credentials.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Besh, if you would just feature, and if we can have him share a screen or rendering, the architectural rendering for Mr. Lehrman. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lehrman, I'd like you to identify what we have on the screen, and I'd like you to explain what this is.
Okay, this is a rendering that our office had prepared. It's a three-dimensional view as an aerial of the footprint of the building.
Okay.
You want to mark it, Jeff?
Yes, I guess it has not been marked, so let's mark it as the next A exhibit in order. I guess we're up to A10, are we?
Amy?
Yeah, that's what I have too. A10.
Yeah. All right. I think we're also going to want to mark A9 as the recorded easement, but we'll fill that in later. But A10.
Wouldn't that be A11 if we got up to 10?
Yeah.
No. I was saying A9 would be the recorded easement, and then A10 would be this rendering, I believe.
I think we have an A9. Is that what you're telling me, Amy?
I'm sorry, what did you ask me?
What was the last exhibit from the last meeting? A what?
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have A9.
Was the last exhibit. This will be A10. And Jeff, when you're ready, we'll make the other one
We'll fill
A11.
in with the easement, after we get done with this. Okay, so this is A10. So, Mr. Lehrman, first of all, did you design this facility?
Yes, we did.
Okay, can you talk about what the elements are, what you try to accomplish with these elements, and perhaps comment on some of the building materials, please?
Yes. As Mr. Bosch has talked about, the building is a 4-story building. Basically, it's comprised of 4 wings with a center core. You could see the different wings. I don't know if David could use his arrows. I could point to them a little. Can he? Yeah. If you want to point to the 4 wings, David, just to show those, that's where the arrow is. That's one of the wings, and it appears 4 different times. The center core, which is like the hub of a wheel, is right in the center point, and that is in effect the main engine. So you can see from the rendering, as David had pointed before, there's a loop road that you can see at the bottom. That's the road that traverses all around the building. It accesses the parking areas, the main entrance, and eventually the service area in the back. From an architectural standpoint, the building to the main roof height here in the center is 50 feet. And then you could see what we've done as an architectural element, which helps break up the roof line being a straight line. There's so-called the pyramidal things, which project up about 4 foot high, and they break up the edge of the building so it's not just a straight line, and it also breaks up the roof. They also act as a screen, potentially in the future, wherever the mechanical equipment's going to be on the roof. They tend to block the roof line, and I've used that often on buildings so that it shields from the ground, not seeing mechanical equipment on the roof. The main entrance point on the center has an extended canopy out. Right now, it's done as almost like a plexiglass dome that extends out from the face of the building. It's a kind of has columns, and it's a transparent element. So anybody that comes to the building to drop off, whether it's a resident who's going into the building or somebody that's visiting someone in the building, they could be shielded by that and go to a parking area. The basic design, which I could talk later about when I show you my elevations, because in the rendering, it doesn't depict a lot of the detail that I'll envision, but I tried to create a facade that has a residential character to it, meaning that the materials that we've used on the face of the building appear at the Cedar Village homes as well as the nobility. So most of the primary materials would be a masonry material like brick, a horizontal siding, and the blue tones happens to be a product called hardy board to give it some accent, which is it's a panel, like a 2 foot by 2 foot panel. And then the 4th element is standard stucco. So we have 4 different materials that help blend in and break out the facade. The other element, which is I could talk about when we get to the plans, is at certain points in the building, we have like a bump out. So it's not a flat facade from the ground to the roof. And at certain points where the blue lines are vertically blue lines, those sections bump out 2 feet from the wall behind it. So as you look down the facade, you don't read a plane that's vertically straight up. There's breaks in the facade, again, which add architectural interest to it. That's basically from the standpoint of the rendering and the scale. As I said, the building is 50 foot high to the main roof. We need a certain floor to floor height, which is actually 12.5 feet. So if you multiply that times 4, you basically get 50 feet. And those projections, the triangular projections, go up about 4 feet. And that's how we're coming up with the 54-foot height of the building.
Okay, I wanted, before we go to the actual plans themselves, I want you to address that center core that you talked about. What is that generally being used for in your design, that center core?
The center core actually houses all the amenities and the support facilities of the assisted living facility. So starting for the main entrance area, there's an administrative area which controls people coming in and out of the building for security. On the first floor, there's also a main lounge. There's a main dining room area. There's bathroom facilities and storage type facilities that are in there. The building meets code from the standpoint of all handicap type accessibilities. At the end of each wing, we have a stairwell. In the center core, we have an additional stairwell. At that point, there's elevators in the building. There's a group of elevators in the center that actually strictly are for residents and also for potentially visitors using those elevators, as well as staff. In the back of the building, there's a service elevator. That's a separate elevator from those used by the residents. That's strictly for vertical circulation that brings up goods from the back surface area, supplies and so forth that might have been dropped off at the service area itself. On the core area itself, we have 4 floors. So besides the first floor amenity, every floor has various types of dining rooms. Some are smaller, some are larger, some are more intimate. So we try to create a different type of atmosphere with dining facilities for the residents in the building. There's types of rooms that are arts and crafts rooms. We projected a chapel. We have different types of directors' offices for therapy and so forth that are in there that are on each of the floors too. So that center core basically on all the different floors has different amenities that are there for the residents to use and gives them activities during the course of the day.
And then what are each of the wings used for in your design?
Well, each one of the wings, and I'll go into that in the plan, are basically using the term residence or patient type of rooms. On the first and second floor, when I go to the plans, most of the first and second floor house assisted living facility. Assisted living facilities right now with the rooms are projected for the first, second, and half of the third floor. The other half of the third floor has memory care, and the fourth floor has 2 other amenities, meaning long-term care and rehab. Those are projected uses now, but they could modulate or change, in the future based on the type of patient needs that go in. If we need more assisted living rooms or more memory care, we could adjust those particular rooms as the patients go in there. There's actually, as part of my submittal, I have actually 4 types of rooms from a single bed type of room, a smaller unit. There's a 2-bedroom type of unit. Each of the rooms actually has.
This is something you'd be more interested in.
What's that?
Hello?
Someone was making a comment in the background.
It's
Continue,
how
Mr.
they
Member.
make a nursing home or
No.
what the rooms are like.
Amy, can you please
Yeah.
mute out anyone that's not participating?
So I could go in later specifically when we bring up the floor plans themselves and go into the specific types of rooms based on the type of use they are for, whether they're for assisted living or rehab.
And how long are each of these wings from the end of the wing?
The depth of the building, is actually 60 feet. The main corridor which meets the Department of Health requirements is an 8-foot corridor. As part of each one of those wings, each wing will have a separate nurses station that controls each one of those wings themselves. And there's other types of things in there that are for medicines and so forth, and different rooms that are part of those particular wings.
So under this design, is it true that the longest walk one of the residents would have would be no more than 90 feet?
90 feet is the typical length that we really have.
To get to a dining facility or a drug dispensing facility?
Yeah, from the furthest room at the end of a wing to the center core would be 90 feet, correct.
Okay. All right. Dave, can we go to the plans themselves and maybe start with the first floor plan, please? Dave, are you there?
He's having lunch.
Okay.
There it is.
Stay there.
Dave, are you with us?
He's logged in and not muted, so.
He's muted.
He's muted.
He's muted.
He is simply muted. He's trying.
Okay.
Okay.
I see him.
Thank you.
Are we there? You can.
Yeah,
do
we
you see
we
it?
see
any
you.
evidence, David.
We
No,
see
I
you.
haven't seen
I
the
don't
first
see
floor.
the plan though. There we go.
There
Okay,
you go.
wonderful. First floor plan. Okay. Mr. Lambert, please identify what this page is.
It's drawing A1 prepared by our office. It represents the typical first floor plan. It shows the core area and the 4 wings.
Okay. And the area that is in yellow, what does that depict?
That is basically, this highlighted the circulation spaces that are in there, so you can see the movement of a walking between space to space.
Okay. And the kinds of spaces that are there for now, just give us a quick rundown. You don't have to read
Yeah,
everything.
I can't read the lettering off the top of my head. Yeah, they can make that a little, they'll bloat it up a little, that image.
Yeah, there we
Okay,
go.
all right, so the center area where I show on the bottom of the south side of the drawing, it says vestibule. You can see the dotted lines. That's the main entrance to the facility. The dotted lines represent the canopy I was talking about. So you could see, and this is not necessarily cast in stone at this point. As Mr. Donner had said, we have to go to the Department of Health at some particular point. So this is just a suggestion of possible uses. So that when you come in, you have a reception office that controls all the movement that comes into the building in and out. There's an administrative area where the director's office might be and other administrative types of functions. On this floor here, we're showing that when you come in, there's a large open lounge area. So it's a very open floor plan when you come in. The main dining room, which is off that lounge, it's kind of a big open area. And then there's a kitchen that supports that dining room towards the back. I located it towards the back because that's towards where you see where it says storage and receiving area. So any kind of food, goods, or anything else that would come into the building comes in that back way. And there's a service elevator right adjacent to that for things to move up vertically. As you go going west on our drawing, you can see there's an elevator there. That's the elevator for visitors and patients and staff. And then we located now an arts and crafts area and a library for the residents. And there's some core bathrooms, if I use them, for the general public to use. Anybody can really use them, but there's a men and women's room at that particular point. We also show a laundry room and a mechanical room. I should point out too, that was mentioned before, that this particular design, there is no basement. So the building from the first floor is from the ground up to the second, third, and fourth floor. There is nurses stations at the end of each area. Like as I point here, there is a nurses station that will be at each one of the beginnings of those corridors.
Okay. Now, when we talk about the fact there may be some changes from the Department of Health regulations, we're not talking about the footprint or the outline of the building. That's going to
No, the footprint is always going to stay rigid. We might adjust the rooms or some of the amenities that are in the center core area. The other thing we try to do with the footprint, which this creates a very nice atmosphere inside the building, is that on the sides of the so-called core area and the entrance, there will be a lot of glass areas. So you get a lot of inside-outside exposure and natural light that will be in that area. Obviously, all the patient rooms will have windows and so forth, so they will have natural light that will come into that space also.
Okay, and I see a box to the right. It's taken up a little bit by the drawing being increased, but does that set forth the number of rooms and the number of beds
Yes.
for this? And I think you indicated that this floor is assisted living. That's what it's dedicated
Yeah,
to.
it says assisted living. I'm blocked out by the box of everybody's picture there, but I can get you
Okay.
that quote if you want. Yeah. I'm right. There is actually 56 total beds on that floor. There was assisted living as I think 32 beds on that floor. It's comprised of, but that's, I should say, there's 32 two-bedroom type of rooms on that floor. And there's 16 one-bedroom rooms. Then we have these studios that are 8. That totals to 56 beds on that floor.
Okay, and again, in terms
And
of
again,
the
that
corridor-
could vary and so forth.
Okay,
You can see
and-
on the plan, one of the things that I pointed out, if you look at the floor plan, you'll see that little bump, those bump outs as you look down the wall, and that gave some of the differences in the exterior architecture. It made each of those rooms that are part of that space a little bigger than the ones that are step back.
Okay, and again, these central corridors down each wing, you are confident that they meet Department of Health requirements in terms of width of corridor?
Yes, they do. 8 feet is the code requirement.
Okay, can we go on to the second floor plan?
You want to label that, I think 8, that's that would be A11 first floor plan?
You want to do it by
A1.
floors, or just want to do it by total plans?
You can give me the whole plan. You want
Yeah,
A11 is going to be,
let's do the whole plan, make it A11.
A11 is the floor plan.
It's the
interior.
conceptual architectural plans to the facility.
Okay, conceptual architectural plans, A1. Got it.
A11.
Got it, Amy? Got it, Amy? A11.
I got it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
This floor plan is the second floor. It's on my plan, it's noted as drawing A2. It represents the same footprint because all 4 floors have the same footprint. As all the wings here on these wings are still assisted living. So the first and second floor at this point, we project that as all assisted living rooms. The core area, for now, we put some different amenities. The elevators, are staying the same. Some of the other amenities here, we had like a rehab room on this floor, a different type of activity room for residents. We have a salon for, there's also on the right-hand side, we have different types of directors, a social director, a nursing director, an admittance director, and an activity director. There's also a large meeting room for staff functions and so forth like that, and a small private conference room on that particular floor. There was a chapel too at the same point. So again, these are amenities I probably would like to see in the final design that comes out, but these will be adjusted, I guess, once we decide and meet with the Department of Health based on. Again, all the corridors are again at 8 feet, and what you can see at the end of each one of these wings, there is a stairwell that satisfies the code requirement. Okay.
And again, this area, the second floor, is being used for what kind of service category?
Right now, all assisted living.
Okay, and again, the box shows a total of 56 beds,
56,
broken down in
yeah.
2 bedrooms, 1 bedrooms, and studios, correct?
Yeah, in essence, at this point, the same magnitude of rooms that was on the first floor.
Okay, can we go to the third floor now? Okay, can you explain what we have here?
Yeah, the third floor, again, footprint's the same, the length of the wings to 90 feet are the same, the corridor widths are the same. Right now, it's a matter of coming up with different types of core amenities in there. And what we've done here now, we have a staff lounge. We have some offices for medical staff. There's some more arts and crafts rooms. You can see the nurses station at each one of these wings. This is a little different, the third floor, because the back half of this floor, we've designated at this point for memory care. Memory care needs more of a private type of area. So if you look at my purple color, the circulation space, you'll see almost in the back center is a pair of doors that are in there. So those pair of doors actually isolate the memory care units from the rest of the uses or the rest of the wings. in the building. They have their own elevators that go up and down, you notice, on each end of that. So.
Mr. Lerman, excuse me 1 second. I just have to grab a file. I'll be right there.
Here's the date of these plans.
Okay, Mr. Lerman, have you finished your comments on the third floor?
Yes.
Okay, let's move to the fourth floor.
Yeah, this
What-
floor, huh?
All right, explain what's going on with the fourth floor,
Yeah,
please.
again, the footprint is the same as the first, second, and third floor. The differences on this particular floor, we're projecting two different type of uses. The front two wings on the south side, we have long-term care, and as part of the back, one of the back wings, again, we have long-term care, and we have one wing dedicated to rehab type of functions that are in there.
Okay, and is this the kind of setup that would allow some flexible interchange between the types of cares based on demand and need at a given time?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now, as I said, this is just a matter of designating different areas for the type of internal uses. The core area is a little different, and it's just coming up with different types of, amenities. Some are duplicate, but so that can happen on different floors besides everybody traversing to other floors. So this particular floor for now, I have another lounge on this upper floor. We have a rehab area. We have core bathrooms that are there, a men and women's room, a janitor's closet. Again, we have the elevators that go up and down. This has another dining room, different style, a little smaller. It's got its own kitchen and so forth. One of the things here we noted, which could be something that we're not sure we're going to do in that. If you'll notice, it says terrace below. We thought about creating like almost a deck where basic residents could go outside into an exterior deck. That's kind of an option at this particular point. Whether that becomes in the final design or not, we're not that sure yet.
All right, now, according to your notation on the right-hand side, you have 83 total beds here, with 25 being devoted to rehab and 58 to long-term care. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
Right. Dave, could we just go back to the third floor plan, because we omitted to comment on memory care, I believe. Now, this is the third floor plan that you previously testified to.
Yep.
Can you describe how this memory care section is set up, please?
Okay, I thought I did. The point is that we want to isolate the memory care use. So that there's a series of doors, you notice right in the center, if you follow up, that basically protects that area and keeps it isolated. So no one can go into that area. It'd be some type of control at that point, so where people can't go into that area, or patients going out and circulating on their own. So that would be a very controlled area.
Okay, and we have a total of 60
They have,
beds here.
I should say, dedicated its own dining area, to that space right now for the memory care patients.
Okay, and on this floor, we have a total of 60 beds with 40 devoted to memory care, 16 to assisted living rooms, and 4 to studio. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you covered your comments on the 4 floors?
Yes.
Okay. Dave, if you could proceed a little further on the 4th floor, we have an elevation that I think Mr. Lerner wanted to point some things out about.
Yeah, if if you can go to the longer elevation, you're right, the one at the bottom there, David, that you're coming up with, yeah. That's more of a little more detail than the architectural rendering. And you can see my notes on the drawing that points out the different materials I talked about. You could see this is in scale vertically. You could see the pyramidal roofs. As I said, they help break up the roof line. If I didn't have those, the roof would go flat across. So I know it adds to the main roof height by that 4 feet, but it also does too. It enhances the architecture. And I said it breaks up the roof and helps potentially hiding any mechanical equipment will be up there. The horizontal lines, as I talked about, you know, it's, if you notice, it says that would be like a vinyl siding. It's kind of some of the materials that I used at Cedar Village Homes. Between the windows is a material called hardy board panels. These are prefabricated panels, but I did them because it adds a different texture to the facade, and it's something I thought maybe about adding some kind of soft color. And then the other material, which it shows there, is stucco. The stucco appears primarily between the windows, you know, horizontally. And then the fourth material is like a veneer stone, whether it could end up being brick or some type of masonry material. So the way the materials mix together, it articulates, I feel, an interesting facade that creates what I wanted, you know, the residential character of the building based on the neighborhood. You know, the pyramidal things create almost like a gable roof that you'd see, you know, on residential type of buildings. So that basically explains a little of the material mix that wasn't evident on the rendering.
Is there anything else that you want to testify to about your plan that I have not covered?
No, in general, you know, I've talked about the architecture. We talked about the footprint before. I might want to say a little bit about the fact that, because there's been some comments about the 3- and 4-story aspects. But I agree with the previous testimony that Mr. Bosch had said. When we met originally with the town quite a while ago, we evaluated, you know, a 3-story building as opposed to a 4-story building. And the consensus of that was what was pointed out before, that the 4-story building created a lesser impact to the site with less removal of trees and so forth, and left more of the natural landscaping. And in a functional sense, you know, the wings became a little shorter for the patients inside as to what would be a longer, you know, longer corridors and so forth like that. So we ended up going to the 4-story scheme for those reasons. And in my opinion, it made sense to do that because it preserves a lot of the site, you know, in its natural state.
This discussion that you're referring to, were these the conceptual meetings that we had with township representatives and professional staff?
Yes, we had met at least 2 different times that I remember.
Okay, and the last question, do you also agree with Mr. Besch's testimony that if the building was only 3 stories, in order to have the same facilities, we would have to have more impervious coverage on the site?
Yes. Yes.
All right, I don't believe I have anything further of Mr. Lehrman in his direct testimony.
Okay, Mr. Donner, thank you. Before we do anything else, I'm going to ask the board if they'd like to take a 5-minute break. Mr. Donner and Light, we've been at this since 6 o'clock. It's after 9. So can we just all be back in 5 minutes, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thanks.
Okay, Amy, we back?
I'm here.
You want to do a quick roll call?
Okay. Mr. Fuller, Mr. Van Wagner,
Here.
Mrs. Beal,
Here.
Mr. Mamie,
Here.
Mr. DeGenaro,
Here.
Mr. Puglielli, Chairman Worrell.
Here.
All right.
All right. Mr. Donner, are you on board with me?
I'm here.
All right. So let me start with my professionals, and let's ask Jim Higgins if he has any questions of this architect.
Yeah, Wayne, I have one question. We've
Okay.
been talking about the height tonight a lot.
Mhm.
Now, just as a matter of background, there are a number of multifamily senior housing developments in the township that are 4 stories and 45 feet high, including Nobility Crest and a newer one called, I think it's the Heritage, American Heritage, or the Heritage Apartments that are located behind the post office on West Park Avenue. Is there any reason why this building has to be, we're just talking about the main part of the roof, 50 feet high? Can it be reduced to 45 feet? Or is there
Yeah,
something?
I could tell you, in my opinion, it a lot depends upon the type of construction, the floor-to-floor heights, because there's some types of construction which they use what's called thin slab, type of construction where you can go, let's say to an 8-foot ceiling height. And then, because to do from 45 feet, 4 feet, that's about 11 foot floor-to-floor height. So if you really did like a 9-foot, and then you have to have some depth for structure and also for mechanical distribution, I feel that's really tight. A lot of times that type of construction, in my opinion, is done a lot of times with hotels, multi-story hotels, and they run a lot of mechanicals down the corridor, and they feed, into the room side to side from a center. That's not the way our mechanical system is going to work. So I came up with this number because I felt it would give us some flexibility in the mechanical space, working with a 12.5-foot floor-to-floor height. We may be able to cheat a little. I don't know exactly now the final construction technique, but I like having a 2-foot of space to run mechanical ductwork and electrical and everything. So if I went with the 9-foot ceiling, that gives us 2 foot for that, which is 11 feet. And then I left a foot for structure. That's how I came up with pretty much 12.5 feet, working with that type of system.
Okay, so basically it's not the nature of the use, it's the type of construction. And you feel this is a better type of construction.
And the build out, if it was one room, like a motel room, you could cheat a little because you don't have the mechanical distribution that might be required. Everything is blown in from a center corridor, and you could have less ceiling height from floor to floor. We have different rooms that are part of the rooms. There's bathrooms in there. There's like kitchens that are part of these units. And I felt we needed a mechanical space to do that distribution.
Okay.
That's my reason.
That's the only question I have.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins. Mr. Matlock, our engineer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I don't have any questions for the architect.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Matlock. With that being said, any board members have any questions for the architect? I do have one question as a board member. Will there be a generator on this building?
I would assume so.
And where do you think the placement of that particular unit will be?
I've done generators. Sometimes they're on the ground, and sometimes they've been on the roof. I'm guessing that we might put it up on the roof at this point.
Okay. So I guess your mechanicals will show all your rooftop units, ventilation, sort of exhaust fans, that sort of thing when it comes time?
Yes, when we do construction documents, everything will be much more detailed. Even at that point, we'll know what kind of structural system that we're going to go with, but we'll have complete, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing drawings.
Gotcha. Okay, thank
And
you.
we have to, with this type of use, you have to satisfy, because I've done that before, when you submit to the Department of Health and their review people on the mechanical side, you really have to be very specific with this type of facility.
All right.
Jim, can I ask one question to follow up? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Mr. Van Wagner.
Just, and if this was testified to previously, and I forgot, forgive me, but as far as the planning process in terms of licensing, you just didn't, and if you're not the appropriate person to ask, let me know, but from a Department of Health standpoint, are you a licensed healthcare facility already, or does that come after you get these approvals?
Jeff, one of you, yeah.
Yeah, but Mr. Van Wagner, I can tell you that Mr. Scalo is going to go into this very deeply.
Gotcha.
And that whole licensing situation comes after this.
Yeah, and I know that part of the licensing involves physical plant requirements, which are architectural, but yeah, that's probably less so. So, okay, I'll wait.
We're going to explain that whole regimen for you with Mr. Scalo's testimony.
Mr. Donner, will you be talking about the certificate of need and the
Yes.
need for the specific facility? Okay.
Absolutely.
Good.
100%.
And just so the board is aware, that goes into your weighing the benefits of the inherently beneficial use as opposed to any detriments. So that's very important testimony to hear.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Since no board members have any further questions.
Mr. Worrell, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Lerman, do you know if this goes to the DCA? I know there was a question asked before, but it was asked to the civil engineer. As the architect, do you know if this has to go to the DCA for approval?
Well, technically, the Department of Health is actually part of DCA.
Okay, so the question is, the plan review, is the plan review done by the DCA or is it done by the DOA?
Yes.
It is, so an assisted living facility is done by the DCA. It won't
Yes,
have to be done by Ocean Township then.
Well, before you go to Ocean Township, you have to show that you're satisfied the Department of Health and the DCA.
Understood, but the plan review is, I know.
And
Yes.
the plan review goes down to the Department of Health. They do the plan review.
Correct.
It's stamped
And the
and sealed and
The
approved.
DCA, and then you guys, yeah, okay.
I also believe it comes back to the township for
It
comment.
does. After we have our stamped approval, those drawings go back to the
Yeah, it's a
township.
courtesy. Yeah, it's a courtesy review. Yeah. Okay. And then the last question I had, we keep talking about mechanical equipment on the roof. Was that the reasoning for that gable sections? Is the intent to put some of the mechanical equipment within that area, or is that just?
I don't know if it's going to be in it, but it'll be somewhat shielding your view line. Obviously, we're up in the air a little, so you're not going to be able to see these units from the ground anyway, just because of the way the site is situated. But yeah, I like to do it for two reasons: to break up. That's always a concern when you do any type of building, seeing the mechanical. The lower the building, the more you see it. But I like to do it as an architectural feature, because it breaks up the roof line, but also as a shielding of the equipment.
And then just the last question.
Just so you know, like that, this is not going to be on the equipment. This won't be like a central power plant, like in the middle of the core that serves. There'll be smaller units, down each wing that satisfy the wings as well as the center core.
Yeah, and then I couldn't tell from the rendering. I mean, obviously, I couldn't see it in the renderings or on the floor plan, but are there any amenity spaces on the outside the building for people to walk around? Or, I mean, again, I know it's an assisted living facility, so it's not like playing sports or anything, but is there like places for them to walk around or?
That's definitely the intent of, and I think the wings create these areas between the wings. So when you saw Mr. Bosch's site plan, there was like green areas between the wings themselves where residents could go outside. There could be benches out there. There could be a walking area that they could do back, and just a place to relax outside.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Most of it's contained within the two wings. Let's say on the east wing, on the left, on the west wing, between the two wings. These will be private, like landscape areas.
Okay, any other board members have a question for the architect?
Chairman, I have a couple.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Fuller.
Thank you very much. Sir, have there been any renderings or schematics that show the exterior of the building that include the houses or other structures that already exist? The one that we have kind of has like a forest setting with only trees in view. But obviously, I think his lot 8 will be, would fall into what you would see on that one picture you showed us, as well as the buildings on the other side, the western side.
Are you talking about much more of an aerial shot, right? Getting a little higher and looking towards what, the nobility and
Yeah.
the buildings of Cedar Village? We haven't done that type of rendering yet. We were more
Yeah.
interested
And
in showing
then
the
I
building.
wonder if there's anything that you could provide that's from the reverse point of view, so we could see what the height of the building, what impact it actually would be from the surrounding streets, homes, and buildings.
Mr.
So
Fuller,
you're saying more of a ground level?
Ground level, not from your property, but from the surrounding streets.
yeah, Mr. Fuller, I'd like to bring to your attention 3 things that we already have produced and marked. One is like the aerial shot of the project, which does show the surrounding areas. There's also the color rendering, which shows the surrounding areas. And then Mr. Besh had that cross section, which showed how our building would measure up against the nobility crest buildings. So we can bring those back for your recollection, but we have already presented them. Mr. Besh has testified to them and they're marked as exhibits.
Yeah, but what you haven't produced is something that shows what somebody in Nobility Crest would be looking at. I could, you could tell me something's 50 feet, something else is 45 feet, and we're dropping we're dropping our property down. And I think that's great. But there's just nothing for me to look at to really get a sense of whether or not 50 feet is a big difference and it's something that people should be concerned about, or if it's something that when all said and done, the existing trees that you're going to leave will kind of be blocking much of the building anyway.
I also think, go along with Mr. Fuller is saying, I think the document that Mr. Bosch produced showed the elevation from ground floor to ground floor of the neighboring properties. It didn't give a height from the highest point of our building to relative buildings. I don't think that was noted on the plan.
And then one other clarifying question, because you talked about a few times now, meeting, years ago, I guess, right? A pre-meeting where you decided to go with 4 stories instead of 3 stories. It looks like each wing of the stories, did I say that right? On each wing has about, say, give or take 9 rooms. Are you saying that your original plan was to have each wing be 9 rooms longer? Does that make sense? And it would be that much more space? Because I don't know if you had enough space there just by looking at the aerial.
I don't know specifically the amount of rooms that we had when we had the 3-story building. I could tell you the wings were longer. So if the wings are longer to meet the same room totals, we would be disturbing much more ground area than we are. And that was the consensus of our work session meetings, to reduce the footprint and reduce the ground area so that we leave more of the natural landscaping around that tends to buffer the site from Cedar Village and the nobility.
But do you recall if the original plan was to have the same exact number of rooms you have now with 4 stories?
I in all honesty, it's been a while since that meeting. I don't remember what our room total was at that point.
Okay. Mr. Higgins, were you there?
Yeah, I was there. It was similar, whether it's the exact same number of rooms, I don't remember. But it was very similar in terms of the number of rooms. And
I just want to represent, there were more rooms on the longer thing as well.
Is there a reason why you need to maintain some sort of room count, right? So by moving to, when you went to a 3-story building, you had a wider footprint. So to shorten that, you went to a 4-story building to maintain a certain quantity of rooms. Is there a reasoning behind that, a rationale that's how many rooms you need per
I think I can answer that. That's the reason I requested whether they were going to have testimony as to their certificate of need, because the certificate of need really establishes how many rooms are appropriate and how many are necessary.
Thank you.
Okay.
I know they're going to testify the certificate of need, but has that been filed to the state yet?
No, it has not, mainly because it's a very significant expense.
Oh, I know.
Over $50,000, and until we knew we were going to get at least a use variance, it was just prohibitive.
Yeah, it's a long approval process too. Yeah, I know that.
All right, any other board members have a question? If not,
There was one question on hazardous waste. Is that the operator's question or is that an architect question?
The operator, Mr. Scala.
all righty, let's open it up to public questions, but please remember, you're going to ask questions of the architect only and do not make statements. Please ask a specific question. And it's a 5-minute time on it, so. Who will be first? We have Bill, go ahead.
Thank you, Jim. Question. In reading the application, am I correct in saying that you're looking for a variance for height, length, and number of rooms?
I think it's strictly, to answer the question, height only.
Well,
Actually,
let me comment on this. It's really a legal question. It's really a legal question.
Yeah,
Right.
it's a legal question, and I think we've talked about this before. The use is not permitted in this zone. If we grant the use, everything falls into place.
Okay.
Except for, it doesn't matter the size, the height, there are no restrictions, no bulk requirements for this use, because they're creating a new use that is not permitted.
All right, thank you, Mark.
Okay.
My question is, when you were showing the diagrams of the building, one of your exhibits, when you showed the frontage of the building, unless my glasses are incorrect, showed an elevation from ground to roof line of 44 feet. Now, is that incorrect?
Yes.
It's 54 feet.
Okay, so.
Well, the roof is not 45. I didn't, repeat that question again.
Okay, on your diagram that was on the screen, you showed
Is
the
that the
elevation.
rendering? Is that, are you talking about the rendering or the?
The rendering.
Okay.
It showed from the ground to the roof line 44 feet. Now, I'm guessing that's incorrect.
He's talking about the rendering.
Okay, if you look right, put your arrow right there. Is that 44 feet? So what's changed?
Well, from the point, the top of the peak, at that point to the ground is 54 feet. And the dotted line at the corner, you see the left-hand corner, that's basically 50 feet.
So what's that 44 feet designate?
Yeah, Dave, can you move the rendering over? So we
Where do
go
I
in the
see
boxes.
43 feet?
Yeah, I see it too. Keep going, stop. Right there, 44 feet.
What's 44 feet?
So that's not the top of the roof line.
No, that's been changed, in all honesty. We were going with 50 feet based on the floor-to-floor height that we need.
Okay, so that's incorrect.
Yeah, if you notice, the floor-to-floor height there was only 10 foot 6. I can't read it, I gotta blow it up, because that's an old
It's
one.
like 9 foot.
So the original plans did call for
10
the
foot
building to
6
be in
floor-to-floor.
compliance.
10
Okay.
foot 6 floor-to-floor, yeah.
So that's what the original plans called for. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next.
So we're not voting on these plans.
You can't. This is not what you're testifying to is not what you're presenting.
Yeah, you need to amend these plans and resubmit them for the right heights. If we should get that far and approve it, we're going to approve at least baseline plans.
Yeah, we'll correct that. Those measures are not accurate.
Okay.
But gentlemen.
Thank you.
10 feet is not insignificant.
So what do you suggest, Mr. Kirk, we do?
No, he's gonna amend the plans.
The plans have to be resubmitted, to accurately reflect the testimony. I mean, we're 10 feet off. I don't think it's fair for a board to vote on plans or a project that have architecturals that are, it's not de minimis 10 feet when you're looking at this project.
No, we'll definitely amend the plans.
Okay.
We're not gonna finish the hearing tonight. We know that. So maybe we can just get on with some of the questions.
Yeah, let's get on with the questions.
But that was
Next
a-
hand up, go ahead. Mr. Steinberg would say?
Yes, please.
Okay.
No.
Next question, Carol's iPad. I think you guys both please state your name and address for the record again, with being recorded.
You're muted, Carol.
You're muted.
Okay. Okay?
Yep, go ahead, state your
My
name.
name is Diana Lee, Nobility Crest Building 5. And my question to the architect is, he mentioned that there'll be mechanicals on the roof, such as like a generator. So the building height then will be higher, even adding on these mechanicals that are going to be placed on the roof. Do they count in the height of the building?
No, as far as I know, they do not.
And I'll just confirm they do not.
And how visible are they going to be? I mean, is there some way to incorporate them into the aesthetic of the roof?
The fact that they're located in different parts of the roof as opposed to one location is buildings that have one location, they have what's called like a screening around it. They call it a penthouse. That's not the case here, but these units themselves, if I had to guess, are probably no more than 3 foot high. That's all they are. They're smaller units that are distributed over the roof line. I don't believe that, from the ground, you're not going to see them at all.
The problem, sir, is that these people are not from the ground. They're higher.
No, I realize
above.
that. I know.
So
I
they want to
can't
know.
predict.
They want to know what they're going to see.
I will be looking at the roof.
Yeah.
Oh,
So maybe you need to screen them with a parapet or something.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
well,
the idea.
isn't that the
Well,
intent?
no,
Go ahead.
that's the idea that I said. That's why I created those. I call
So
them
you're
not
going to have to
parapets.
show us where the units are going to be, and
I can't tell you at this point till we do the mechanical systems.
But the problem is we don't know.
Wait. Can we pause on this? Okay. You're asking the Board of Adjustment to vote on a project, and so far, most of the answers have been, I guess, maybe, and then when we get to design, but no one on this board, it's not right for you to ask a board to vote on a project based upon architecturals that will be going to the state. You have to provide to this board everything that it needs in order for them to put their names on the project. And we don't have enough accurate information, in my humble opinion, to move forward on the architectural end of this project. So, I mean,
My answer to that was obviously, if I can answer the question, every building, has some type of mechanical equipment on the roof. I don't know the exact size right now. I'm not saying it's not there. I made the comment right from the beginning that it's part of my architecture, and why I did the extra parapets here was to shield those units wherever they may be, so to block those views from surrounding, buildings and sight lines. That's why I did it. That's why I added the extra dimension.
But if you don't know what kind of an air conditioner or generator that you're going to put on top of this building, then you
Where
don't
it's going to be.
Then you don't, and if you don't know where what kind they are, where they're going to be, okay, or how the people from Nobility Crest are going to be viewing this,
Thank you.
I'm sorry, but it's unfair to all the people that have taken another night to hear a special hearing for everyone not to know every single detail that they ask.
Yes.
Mr. Kirk, we've already indicated that we're going to change the plans on the floor-to-floor measurements and design, and we will find out what you need to know about the mechanics. The intent is to put them in the parapet area and shield them and screen them, and we'll have that information for you. I think you're 100% right. I don't think we need to dwell on it. We will provide it. Period.
Okay, do you think that it's reasonable, okay, as planning administrator, that the town has provided you with, almost, where are we at now? We're almost at 4 hours, 3.5, 4 hours. You know the concerns. I just don't know necessarily that it's reasonable to go any further this evening.
Well, I disagree. I disagree.
Based upon based upon the architecturals that were provided that are not correct, we cannot close the architectural portion or the public portion for questions based upon erroneous information.
Here's my proposal. We will leave it open on the architectural. We'll come back on a second meeting and provide that information. In the meantime, I have our operation expert who's here to answer all sorts of questions that he does know. And I have my my planner on the use variance itself. I don't know if we can get all those experts in, but as long as we have some time, we can try and do that.
We're supposed to go until 10 o'clock. So I think we take the architect and put it to the side, and you put up whomever you would like to testify to get, in order for you to be fair, because you paid for a special meeting.
Right. And I was told we might go to as late as 11 if needed. So,
but we would have gone to 11 if needed, if we were going to provide progress that where a vote could be taken. Right. And I can tell you from this information, that's
no, the vote can't happen tonight, and I agree with that. I don't know that we need a special meeting to make the supplemental information. I think it can be handled rather efficiently. And in the meantime, I'd like to go to get as much of the additional testimony that we can provide for everybody in, because there are many relevant areas that the public needs to understand, as well as the board, and we can provide that.
I would say it seems reasonable that you provide whomever you want to provide, but we have at this point in time 10 of 10. By quarter after 10, wherever we are, and then everyone gets to go and have milk and cookies and get some sleep this evening.
Right. In that event, let's end Mr. Lehrman's testimony, leaving it open, and let's bring in our traffic engineer, because a number of questions have come up about traffic, and I think we can get that in front of the board in an expedited fashion.
Okay. Let's go ahead with that. I'm going to hold off on questions until the architect can re-up the plans for the next meeting. So please hold your questions for the next time. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, may I call to the stand Mr. John Ray, who is our transportation engineer.
Okay. Is he here?
I'm here.
Yes.
Okay, good. Could you please raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and your credentials, please.
Sure. John Ray, that's spelled R-E-A. I am a principal with McDonough and Ray Associates, Traffic and Transportation Engineers, 1431 Lakewood Road, Manasquan, New Jersey. With respect to credentials, I'm a licensed professional engineer. My field of specialty is traffic engineering. I have a total of 47 years experience in the traffic engineering field, the last 37 of which have been doing consulting work here in the state of New Jersey. Educationally, I have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from NJIT, which I obtained in 1974, and a master's degree in transportation engineering from NYU, which I obtained in 1978. I've testified before many planning and zoning boards throughout the state, including both the Ocean Township Planning and Zoning Board in the past.
All right, thank you, sir. We will accept your credentials.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ray, good
Yes.
evening.
Good evening.
I'd like you to tell us whether you have been involved in this project and what specifically has been your role.
My role was to prepare a traffic impact analysis for the assisted living facility.
Okay, and how did you go about doing that?
I have a report that's dated January 4th, 2021. I'll go through this in as much detail as I can. I'll be back at the next meeting, I'm sure, to answer questions. I'm not sure I'm going to get through with my direct testimony, but we'll give it a shot tonight. We did a full traffic impact analysis. It involved making numerous visits to the site to establish existing roadway and traffic conditions, getting the DOT's traffic signal timing plan for the signalized intersection of Route 66 at Cedar Village Boulevard, collecting traffic volume data through manual turning movement counts, which my firm conducted at Route 66 and Cedar Village Boulevard. We also accessed the NJDOT's historical traffic count data along Route 66. And I'll get into that in a minute because the DOT's data, which was pre-COVID data, actually turned out to be higher than the traffic counts we conducted. And so we used the higher NJDOT counts as a basis for our traffic study. We then projected how much peak hour traffic would be generated by the assisted living facility based on the number of beds and based on information published by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. They have what is called a trip generation manual, which all traffic engineers use to project traffic trips from a land use development proposal. That data is accepted by NJDOT, by the Monmouth County Engineering Department, and it's a reliable source of trip generation data. We took the peak hour traffic generation from the assisted living facility. We routed that traffic through the intersection of Route 66 and Cedar Village Boulevard, and we analyzed the impact that it would have on that intersection using what we call levels of service. And I know the board has heard traffic testimony before, but there are quite a few members of the public that may not have heard it. Traffic engineers calculate levels of service at both signalized and unsignalized intersections. Levels of service range from A, which is the highest or best attainable level of service, to F, which is the lowest. The levels of service are related to the amount of delay that motorists experience at an intersection. Generally speaking, anything above level of service E is considered to be acceptable. Once you get into a level of service F condition, you need to look at mitigation, such as widening an intersection, installing a traffic signal. It could be any form of mitigation once you get into a level of service F condition. We also projected traffic volumes to a design year of 2025, and we included the NJDOT's growth rate data for the area. They publish growth rate schedules. So we did include a 1.25% per year growth rate along Route 66 and 2.5% per year along Cedar Village Boulevard. So we projected those traffic volumes to the 2025 design year, and then we calculated the level of service for the intersection of Route 66 and Cedar Village Boulevard. I want to mention one thing in doing the traffic study. We did do a worst case scenario, and let me explain why that is the case. You will hear from the operator that the primary shift, day shift, will be 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. And I believe there'll be approximately 90 people on the primary day shift from 7 to 3. What's going to wind up happening is that the traffic that's going to come into the site, the primary day shift, the employees are going to arrive before 7 o'clock in the morning and not during the peak hour on Route 66. The peak hour on Route 66 in the morning is 8:15 to 9:15 in the morning, and the 7 o'clock shift is already going to be in the building, and they're going to be working. Same thing happens in the afternoon. The peak hour on Route 66 in the afternoon is 4:30 to 6:30. The primary day shift is going to be released at 3 o'clock, well before the afternoon peak hour on Route 66. And I can tell you, looking at the volumes on Route 66, the peak hour volumes from 8:15 to 9:15 and from 4:30 to 5:30 are significantly higher than the peak hours during the shift changes for the nursing home. Having said all of that, I assumed the worst case scenario, one in which the highest volumes from the shift changes at 7 and at 3 coincided with the peak hours on Route 66. So I didn't take any liberties in that regard. I looked at a worst case scenario. And going over those numbers, let me just give you the trip generation numbers that I assumed for the analysis. During the morning peak hour, we assumed 90 inbound trips corresponding to the 90 employees and 30 outbound trips, which would be the night shift leaving. And then during the PM peak hour, we assumed 45 inbound trips, which corresponds to the amount of people on the evening shift, and 90 outbound trips, which corresponds to the people leaving the 3 o'clock shift. So that's the amount of traffic that we assumed would be discharged through the intersection of Route 66 and Cedar Village Boulevard. The levels of service at Route 66 and Cedar Village Boulevard. We have a basic 2-phase traffic signal operation. It operates on a 90-second cycle, and there's a maximum of 15 seconds of green time that's given to the Cedar Village Boulevard approach. This is based on the NJDOT's timing plan for the intersection. That intersection will operate at a very good level of service, A, during the morning peak hour, and also a very good level of service, B, during the afternoon peak hour for the 2025 design year, with our traffic included through the intersection and with the growth rate that the DOT has established for Route 66 and Cedar Village Boulevard. So the conclusion I came to with respect to the access to the property through Route 66 and Cedar Village Boulevard is that that intersection has the capacity to handle this traffic and still operate well within accepted traffic engineering parameters and at very good levels of service. I also took a look at Mr. Besh's site plan with respect to the circulation around the building. And I don't know if he has to put the site plan rendering up again, but I think everybody remembers there's full circulation around the building. Loading zones have been established to the rear of the building, basically as far away from the residential areas as they can be. There you go. There's full circulation around the building. We have 156, and Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's down to 153 now, based on our conversation today. 153 parking spaces, whereas 128 spaces are required. The New Jersey residential site improvement standards do have parking requirements for assisted living facilities. And basically the RSIS requires a half a parking space per bed. So we have 255 beds. That translates to 127.5 parking spaces rounded up to 128. We are providing 153. So our parking supply meets and exceeds the requirement for the assisted living facility. I also evaluated, we looked at the site distance from the, I think everybody's starting to call it Arbor Drive, where it intersects with Cedar Village Boulevard. Looking back up to the left, we have site distance of 300 feet that we can observe a car coming down Cedar Village Boulevard. For a 25-mile-an-hour roadway, the required safe stopping site distance is 155 feet. Our actual site distance is almost twice what the minimum required site distance for safe stopping site distance is. So the site distance is good, looking back up the hill, up Cedar Village Boulevard to observe oncoming traffic. Also, as Mr. Besh indicated, we will be modifying a portion of the median to extend and to construct a left turn lane for traffic entering the facility from Cedar Village Boulevard. I've collaborated with Mr. Besh on the design of that left turn lane, and that will provide for safe and efficient left turn movements into the facility. Actually, that didn't take as long as I thought it was going to take. That's basically what went into the traffic study. I'm sure there are going to be plenty of questions from board experts, the board members, and the public. And I want to go back to the traffic counts. We were engaged to do this project in the summer of 2020. And as we all know, we were pretty well into the COVID pandemic at that point in time. But we did go out and we conducted summer 2020 traffic counts. We went back to the NJDOT's historical data for the area, and the DOT had 2018 pre-pandemic summer traffic counts along Route 66. The DOT's 2018 summer traffic counts were higher than our summer 2020 traffic counts. And so we used them as a basis for the traffic study going forward because they were higher and they were pre-pandemic counts. And so, we looked at it from that perspective. We also went back out this last December of 2021, and we recounted the intersection just to see what kind of volumes would be using the intersection during that period between Thanksgiving and Christmas, when there are a lot of shopping opportunities along the Route 66 corridor. And we figured we'd get some, traffic count data in between, during that peak holiday shopping season. So we recounted the intersection December 16th and December 17th. And again, we found that the summer 2018 traffic counts that the DOT had on Route 66 were higher. And so, we're very confident that we used the highest traffic counts that we could find for the area for our analysis. And they were the summer 2018 traffic counts. And again, I just want to stipulate also, because it's in Mr. Matlack's engineering review letter, we did expand those traffic volumes to a design year of 2025 using the DOT's background traffic growth rate data for the area. So what I'm saying essentially is that at every turn in the road, so to speak, when I was doing the traffic study, I tried to look at a worst case scenario. The highest traffic counts on Route 66, the highest traffic counts for the shift changes from the assisted living facility, even though they will not coincide with the peak hours on Route 66. So I really tried to do a very conservative worst case analysis. That's what we like to do as engineers, to make sure things are going to work properly. And, getting back to everything, like I said, the intersection of Route 66 and Cedar Village Boulevard is going to operate at very good levels of service, well within accepted traffic engineering parameters. That basically summarizes everything. And I guess I'll be back at the next meeting to answer a lot of questions.
I have one additional question, Mr. Rea. You also did a supplemental report, and I'd just like you to comment on the way the exit gate at the top of the hill with cars leaving Nobility Crest and Cedar Village, the effect of that gate and how each car must stop at the gate. How does that impact the sight distance and the overall safety of that stretch of Cedar Village Boulevard?
Well, during my site visits, I noticed that originally when we got involved, the exit gate was always in the up position and traffic flow was uninterrupted coming out of Cedar Village Boulevard towards Route 66. Later on in the process, I guess there was a change at the homeowners association, and the gate was down and cars had to come to a complete stop and wait for the gate to go up. And that would change the whole sight distance requirement too, because if a car was starting from a stop position and someone was coming out of Arbor Drive and looked back up to the left up Cedar Village Boulevard, all they would see if a car was coming out of Cedar Village Boulevard was a car stopped at the gate. And so there really wouldn't even be a sight distance calculation that would be necessary. Having said that, I noticed today, or was it yesterday I was out there, it was yesterday, that the gate was up again. So we're back to that 300 feet of sight distance that I talked about before. We have 300 feet. Safe stopping sight distance for 25 miles an hour is 155 feet. So we do have adequate sight distance. And I'm going to assume the gate is up from now on, because I have to assume that that's going to be what's going to happen going forward. The gate will be up for traffic exiting Cedar Village Boulevard.
I want to ask you a quick hypothetical. I don't want to dwell on this too much, but if I represent to you hypothetically that with the work that we have agreed to do for Cedar Village on Cedar Village Boulevard in terms of adding amenities to the gatehouse, rebuilding the gatehouse, putting in heat, water, toilets, air conditioning, and all that, with the idea that there will be a person in that gatehouse, and we are revising the gates themselves, removing them slightly, and the intent of those gates that we're going to be installing is that that gate at the top of the hill will come down, will be down, and when a car approaches it, and only one car is going to get through at a time. So under those conditions, we're back to your original testimony, are we not?
If the gate is down, it's even better for sight distance again, because when somebody's leaving Arbor Drive, they're going to look up, if there's a car coming out of Cedar Village Boulevard, it's going to be coming from a stop position at the gate. So it won't even be doing 25 miles per hour. So under either scenario, we have adequate sight distance. And it's also my understanding that the gatehouse is going to be reconstructed on its, if I'm not mistaken, on its footprint. It's not going to be expanded, so it's not going to get into the site triangle. It's going to stay where it is.
Okay, I have no further questions on direct of Mr. Ray.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ray. I'm going to ask our professionals. Mr. Higgins, do you have any questions for this traffic expert?
No, I do not. I think this is more in Ben's area of expertise.
Okay, Mr. Matlock, do you have anything for this expert?
Yeah, Mr. Ray, did you do an analysis for the left turn lane turning into the driveway? And is that length of left turn lane adequate? It's not going to back up traffic onto Route 66?
Yeah, yes, we did, Mr. Matlack. That's going to actually be a level of service A maneuver, because of the relatively limited volumes coming out of Cedar Village Boulevard and, the limited volumes making the left turn too. We did do that. I can provide that information to you for the next meeting.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't really have any concerns. I agree with Mr. Ray's testimony, and the level of service at the intersection is what you would really want to focus on here. And it's definitely adequate. So I don't have any other questions.
Okay, Mr. Matlock, thank you. Does any board member have a question for this traffic expert?
I just had two quick ones, nothing big.
Mr. Van Wagner, go ahead.
Thank you. So, Mr. Ray, I think you mentioned even applying the peak hour or to the peak hours, your counts for ingress and egress. Did you factor in visitors at all?
Yes, the visitors are in that.
Okay, I didn't hear that part. So
okay, let me actually going back to what 90 in, 30 out during the AM peak hour. The real numbers, I believe, from 8:15 to 9:15, when the traffic volumes on Route 66 are higher, are actually going to be 32 inbound, 16 outbound, for a total of 48. And same thing in the afternoon, the numbers between 4:30 and 5:30, the numbers of traffic entering and exiting the assisted living facility are going to be lower than what I've suggested in my report. And the
I know
reason
that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry.
That's okay. No, and the reason for that is, and we've done over the years dozens, if not more, traffic studies for assisted living facilities and nursing homes. The reason is really it's just the staff and visitors that are the traffic that are generated by these facilities. The residents really don't own cars. There may be a very small percentage of the assisted living residents that own cars, maybe 5% of them.
Right,
But then,
but it's pretty substantial. I mean, you're used to testifying for commercial and other similar developments. I mean, this is a pretty substantial demand for employees.
It
operate
is.
the facility. I mean, so you see where I'm going. I mean, I understand you're taking worst case scenario. You probably should, because I mean it's well anyway. I don't have an opinion on it. I'm just saying that I'm sure this one, it tests your skills a lot, right? I mean, this one is a substantial number that's pulled into the facility off that highway compared to other applications you might do, right? I mean, this.
Well, actually, that's not the case. Through my career doing, literally hundreds of traffic studies every year for the last, 37 years here, assisted living facilities are one of the lowest traffic generators that we've had the pleasure to work with.
Okay.
A commercial shopping center or, a large medical facility, a lot of things would generate a lot more traffic than an assisted living facility.
And that's where I was kind of going. I was trying to be critical of your testimony at all. I was
Yeah.
trying to say, so because it's a little, people think hospitals when they think like a mixed assisted living facility, like I know some of these are now, where they like Seabrook Village, where they tier from memory care, assisted, subacute, acute. So while we have all those numbers of rooms, you're saying the number, well, in any case, the number of counts you gave us, the count number, traffic count numbers, that included visitors, right?
The IT numbers include visitors, yes.
Okay, because I'm just wondering what the average ratio percentage would be of visitors. So say if you have 240 residents or if that's the term, or patients, then 10%, is it that kind of thing? How do you arrive at that?
The IT doesn't break it down as to, staff and visitors. They just count cars going in. So, that's
So-
what we utilize. It could be, those numbers that I gave you, most of them are probably employees, but some small percentage of visitors.
I understand what you're saying. Now,
Yeah.
there's not a way to add that in. It's car counts. Okay.
Well,
So-
before I come back at the next meeting, the IT just published a new 11th edition of the Trip Generation Manual. I will see if there's any new data in that book that I just got a week or two ago. And if I
Appreciate it.
see any new data, I'll report it to you at the next meeting.
Thank you. The last question simply was, will this require any additional DOT or other state approval in terms of the potential impact on a 66? Because I'm assuming, for instance, someone going 66 east who's going to hit that little small jug handle, and that's at a peak hour where folks are going really to work there. Residents are infrequent, as you say, and then could that queue up on a 66 a little there, or does that require you to seek approvals from the state?
Well, two questions. I'll try to answer them in the order they were asked. Number one, because we are not applying for a new curb cut to Route 66, we're using an existing private street, I guess Cedar Village Boulevard. There is no DOT approval required. The second part of my answer is on the jug handle. We looked at the queuing on the jug handle as well too to see, and it will not spill back out to Route 66. We have a 90-second cycle there, and you have enough time, during the Cedar Village Boulevard phase to clear that traffic, even the traffic generated by the assisted living facility, plus what's out there now. It'll clear through on one cycle and there won't be any queuing back onto Route 66. We did look at that as well.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Jim.
Okay,
I have a question.
go ahead.
Sorry. And it's not maybe related to the traffic analysis, more to a comment made about this guard shack with the security gate. So I know that as part of this project, a new guard shack, amenities, and security gate will be installed, and it was testified that that security gate would come down for a car as part of a safety, right? So as someone's exiting the new facility, someone coming from Cedar Crest wouldn't, cause an accident or anything like that. What safeguards or who is actually going to be responsible to making sure that that gate does come down and go up and doesn't just stay in an up position and allow the cars from Cedar Crest just to free flow down like they do today?
That would be Cedar Village.
Sorry, Cedar Village. Sorry, Cedar
Yeah,
Village.
yeah. That would be the Cedar Village management.
But the gate operates automatically, responds to cars coming through. It goes down when a car is approaching it automatically. You don't need a man or a woman to operate.
No, I know that, but like it was noted that the gate was noticed in an up position and it wasn't coming down for cars. So will there be any safeguards put in place to make sure that someone can't just leave the gate up?
The system that we're building was going to work automatically. It's intended. That's how it's intended to work.
Okay, so there wouldn't be a way for those guards or someone to come down there and put that gate in an upward position and leave it there?
Something can always be tampered with, but
Yeah.
that's not the intent. And with the gatehouse being manned or peopled, for want of a better term,
You have
on
to
a
say that now. Yeah.
on a 24/7 basis, that's not going to happen on a tampering basis. And if automatically it stays up or doesn't come up, someone is there to deal with it.
Thank you.
Okay, any other board members have a question for the traffic expert?
I have a question. This is
Okay.
This is Mr. DeGennaro again. I'm sure this is going to be asked by the public, so I'm going to ask, and I'm not sure how you're going to be able to answer this question because it doesn't sound like you evaluated this as part of the process. But can you comment on the construction traffic that'll be produced on Freehold Road? Essentially for I'm guessing it's 2 years that this construction project is going to be going on.
Yeah, that is not something, Mr. DeGennaro, that a traffic engineer usually analyzes when they do a traffic impact study. We normally look at the safety and the capacity of the roads that are going to be there permanently, for people to enter and exit the site. So all I can tell you is I've heard the testimony of Mr. Besh, and usually that construction traffic detail is something that's worked out between the applicant and the town with respect to the number of hours during the course of a day that the trucks can come in and out, the number of days during the week that they can have that activity. That's usually something that's worked out with the town and with the applicant. And it's not something that a traffic engineer typically looks at in terms of doing the traffic study. But it is a legitimate, concern and something that the applicant needs to address as best as they can.
Thank you.
Okay, any other board members have a question for this expert? If not, Mr. Kirk, I think this is a good spot for us to stop.
Yeah, I would like the board to extend 2 or 3 minutes after the meeting. Just have a short.
Sure, Mr. Donner.
I'm making a request. Can we have an announcement that will at least go to the next zoning board meeting, whether we get actual time on it or not? I don't want to have to renotice over 400 notices. I'd like to try to.
Yeah, of course,
protect
yes, yeah. Ron, we can carry this to our meeting of February 17th and then determine if it's going to be heard that night or carried further.
Yes.
Good, thank you.
So
Mr. Kirk?
Yes.
If I could, John Donnell, President of the Board of Directors at Cedar Village.
Yes.
In order to save Mr. Ray's time and knowing that being a 55+ community, most of our members have left and gone to bed, and traffic being the biggest concern we've always had, is it possible to transcribe his comments and to forward them to our office so that we can send it to them? So that when we start the next meeting, he does not have to re-testify on everything.
I believe that they can purchase a transcript. You can purchase a transcript. You have the ability to buy a transcript.
Okay, then I will request that.
Well, you request that.
Thank you, Mr. Steinberg.
Pardon me?
Please give a call in the morning. We'll take care of you.
Yeah,
Okay,
so we
thank
can
you very
do.
much.
But sir, you are, the only problem is that you cannot appear on behalf of the homeowners association. You need to appear as an individual, and the homeowners association in a whole needs to be represented by an attorney.
Right. Then I'm John Donnell from 22 Ben Lane.
That's perfect. And you have friends who want to hear what's going on. Ron will hook you up in the morning, okay?
Thank you.
But you can't say I represent the homeowners association.
Sorry.
Then you're acting as an
I just said
as
who
an
I
attorney.
was.
I hear
who
you.
I
And Ron will
represent.
hook you up in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I want to thank the board this evening for its time and attention, and I appreciate it greatly. I want you to know that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Donner. Thank you. Well,
So
we look forward to see you next month.
So so officially, the matter is continued. The case will be continued at the regular zoning board of adjustment meeting of
February
Thursday,
17th.
February 17th, 2022 at 7:30 p.m., not 6, 7:30 p.m. That night, it may go on or maybe continue to another night, but there will be no further public notice by way of letters or indication in the papers. You can continuously monitor this on the board's website to see if there's any changes. But
That
there
will
won't be
still
any
be
further
Zoom?
public notice. It will still be Zoom. It will be the connection. Do we use the same one every month? I don't know.
Yes.
Yes.
So it's the same Zoom meeting information, February 17th, 7:30. And we'll continue from there, but there will be no further public notice.
Thank you, Mr. Sandro.
We wouldn't want to take you out of the comfort of your own home, Mr. Falva.
Thank you, Mr. Kirk. I appreciate it, especially at my age.
All right, Andy, can I get a final roll call?
Unless somebody move to adjourn, then we'll do it that
I
way.
need a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Oh, no, aren't we going into, we're going to,
Yes,
Yeah.
well, we're going to go into a conversation.
I just want to close the meeting and then we're going to go into a private conference.
well, you can't go into a private conference. We can, it's public is welcome to attend, but we can't be private.
All right, I have a motion to adjourn. I got a second.
Second.
Andy, please call the roll.
Mr. Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Van Wagner,
Yes.
Mrs. Beal,
Yes.
Mr. Mamie,
Yes.
Mr. DeGenaro,
Yes.
Mr. Puccielli,
Yes.
Chairman Worrell.
Yes. All right, thank you, guys.